Greetings, fellow investigators, and welcome to our video podcast, Into the Darkness, where my friends and I are playing the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. I'm your host, Thom Raley. The scenario is Good Vibes Only. It was written by Phaedra Florou, and it's available from the Miskatonic repository at drivethrurpg.com. Our keeper of arcane lore is Dr. Lex Hurley, and this is a one-shot. But before we begin, we have some new patrons. Novo Mortuus and Alexandra Baez Ubeira, I hope I pronounced that right. They each have pledged $3 a month. And Jeff Bell has pledged $5 a month. Martin Swerve has pledged $1 a month. And John Doe has increased his pledge to $5 a month to our club. Thank you so much, Novo Mortuus, Martin, Alexander, John, and Jeff. All right, so without any further delay, let's begin our journey into the darkness. Lex.
Thank you, Thom. It's modern day in July, going into early August in the UK. The sun is bearing down through each of your windshields. You each have decided to go to a weekend wellness retreat that has the theme to step into your true self, ingratiating into your peace and giving good vibes only. It's intended to last between Saturday and Sunday, just staying overnight. Seemed like a nice and the weekend, plus you had a discount. You drive out to an isolated car park with various signs pointing to Heartland Hills, further on down and through a wooded path. There are no valets, and it looks like you're going to have to carry your luggage all the way up to the resort itself. Numerous others are filing into the parking lot. You see an older man that has a slightly long beard, sort of huffing along with a drag-along tote. You see a woman that has sort of a cropped short afro, bringing what seems to be just a short overnight duffel bag, no extra accessories along with it. You see a hulking, huge man get out of what appears to be a rental vehicle with a duffel bag, face tattoos and things that just seem to scream, did prison time. And while you all are sweating and huffing your way up to the resort, I'd like everyone to introduce their characters.
All right. I am Talia Scott. I'm a work in the lab in London. I came to the retreat because ever since moving to London, I've kind of lost contact with my family. They never seem to have time for me or anything that I'm doing, and I'm just started to feel really lonely. And I thought maybe coming up to this retreat, I could learn to let go of the codependency I have with them, and I'm ready to just start rebuilding and find a family of my choice instead of my birth.
I'm James Canavan. I am a trans man. I was Janet. I'm an artist, graphic novelist, and my life's pretty much been filled with a lot of difficulties. So I'm trying to find my center, trying to find my peace, and get on with my life and create some art.
Karen Coakley, a young civil engineer, 26 years old. I'm kind of at a transitional point in my life. My career is starting to take off. I'm settled in a long-term relationship with a dedicated partner and kind of wondering like what's next? Where do I go from here?
Nicholas Kuntz. Professionally, I'm a psychologist, but I've had always questions about identity, and I'm of Asian descent and adopted here in the UK. And genetic testing actually indicated the region of China that my ancestors came from. And I've been visiting a village there and trying to learn Mandarin and I don't really feel as though I belong anywhere anymore. So I hope that this retreat will be soothing and maybe provide some insight.
And I am Russell Boren. I'm an older doctor, somewhat looking down the barrel of retirement, but that's not why I'm here. I've kind of lost my purpose. I from Cambodia moved to the UK to practice medicine, and I've been sending most of my money back home to support the family, but they don't need my support anymore. Their fiscal situation has changed, and so now I don't know what to do with the rest of my life. I guess I'm looking for direction, and I heard that this was a good thing to do.
After a solid 20 minutes of hiking and sloughing your heavy baggage up through this humid wooded forest, barely even a breeze can trickle in through, you break through a tree line and manage to see the resort itself. So you'll see that there is a lake off to the left-hand side, seems to be some sort of more polished building to the right of that, a collection of few huts and things over past the lake, and then what seems to be more smaller recreational cabins with another building off in the distance. We'll post this on Discord so you have a map of the location. As you are walking up with the rest of the crew that has arrived, there are a few people that have been already waiting and are sort of being shepherded along by a couple of representatives you assume must be staff wearing the sort of loose, flowy, linen-y type garb. Let me post this into Discord before I forget. There we go. And as you start making your way into the group proper, you see someone is coming out of the building that's off in the far distance at the top northmost point of the map. As she approaches, you see that it's an older white woman. Her hair has been matted into locks. She's wearing this sort of clashing garb that kind of reeks of cultural appropriation. You're seeing that she's wearing a headscarf kind of around her shoulders, has some sort of potentially, I don't even want to go into it that much. Regardless, it's a bit distasteful. And yet it doesn't seem to bother her one bit. As she approaches the crowd, she says, "Welcome, welcome everyone. Greetings, my warmest greetings, fellow children of Mother Earth. I am Guru Sage, and I am so excited to welcome you to our retreat here at Heartland Hill. Here, you will get the chance to let go of all that is negative in your past and your present. You will flourish and integrate with your true higher self as you were always meant to. I know that all of this is a lot to expect in a weekend. I've been through a retreat just like this myself, and I see that skepticism, I see that doubt out among you, but I promise, if you let it, this place can change your life for the better. You won't let negativity and fear hold you back anymore, and will make space in your heart for good vibes only, and you will blossom into the energetic being that you are truly are. You know, not that long ago, I was at rock bottom. I didn't believe that I observed anything. I was embracing hopelessness, stuck in an abusive relationship, and thought that there was nothing better for me. And yet, look at me now. I am here, and I wish to share positivity and happiness with all of you, healing and sharing this beautiful, luminous light with everyone. Now, this is my goal in life, and I aim to give some structure and guidance for you all now. For some logistics, my assistants are all handing you a printed guide for the retreat. In efforts to conserve paper and reduce our burden on Mother Earth, we will be keeping paper usage at a minimum during this trip. This will include our schedule and some fundamental rules to make sure that you foster a safe environment for yourselves and other attendees. I ask that you please read it carefully. While you do, as a first order of business, we will be collecting your phones, As the rules said in the email, all technology usage is prohibited. After this, we'll split people into groups and assign you a leader for your team, then proceed into the bonding yurts before we unshackle all of our belongings and possessions for your first meditation. And you have several folks that are giving you this retreat schedule here.
All right. Heartland Hills retreat schedule, 9:30 a.m. arrival at the retreat grounds. 10 a.m. group meditation in the bonding yurts. Noon, gratitude journaling in the meditation hall. 13:30, lunch break, meditation hall, retreat grounds. 14:30, letting go of all attachments, retreat grounds, woodlands. 16:30, sundering to wholeness, retreat grounds, lake. 19:30, dinner in meditation hall. 2100, sleep time in the bedrooms. Then departure day begins at 6 to 8, breakfast and photo opportunities in the retreat grounds. 9 to 10 is departure. Rules: phones are prohibited. They will be taken by the staff and given back at the end. You can take pics and post about us all you like on departure day. Hashtag Heartland Hill Vibes. Participation is important for healing. Don't skip activities. Try to keep an open mind and let yourself try new things. They might surprise you. 3, a positive and happy group looks on the bright side. Don't put negativity on others. Good vibes only here. 4, keep your own room and bathrooms clean. We have no cleaners on staff. Some karma yoga is always good for you. 5, don't enter the staff's private rooms. We need some time to be alone and meditate too. Wink.
Once again, it is lovely to meet all of you. Namaste. She bows very deeply and leaves, backing up a few paces before rising up again. And as the assistants begin sort of taking charge and calling out names, one gentleman has sort of a well-kept brown bushy beard and a man bun in the back with a clipboard, calling out various people's names. James Canavan, Karen Coakley, Talia Scott.
Oh, here.
Russell Boren, Nicholas Kuntz, Kiana Winter, and Russell Davis. All right. Hello, greetings everyone. My name is Malcolm, and I will be your representative and healing coach to guide you through our first meditation in the bonding yurts and throughout your stay this weekend. If you'll all please follow me, we'll continue some exercises and then move into unpacking and things for the day. And lead you all, as he is walking barefoot, over to these bonding yurts. The heat is oppressive and stifling in here. All the breeze seems to have just disappeared, maybe blocked by all of the trees here in the woodlands. And as everyone is being led by various representatives into the bonding yurts, you see that Kiana Winters, the woman that you saw with a short cropped afro, just wearing sort of like black tracksuit, goes in first to the yurt that you're being guided to. Is anyone anxious to get started?
Oh, nervous? No. Excited? Yes. Yeah. I've been looking forward to this for a long time.
Okay. Well, I will let each of you give me a spot hidden roll as you all are approaching this yurt.
8.
Oh, failure.
An extreme success.
Yeah, nothing to
Regular
look here.
success.
Okay. So Russell happens to notice that as you are sort of bringing your things in, maybe you packed a little less than others so you can manage to get there a bit faster. Inside the yurt, there is a sand-based floor and a little holder with incense that's burning inside. Miss Winters walks in before anyone else and sort of accidentally kicks the incense over with her boot, sort of putting some into the sand, and then replaces incense from her bag and puts it back into the container, lighting it with the others and stowing the incense away, and then sets down.
Not really accidentally.
Excuse me.
Yes?
I'm sorry. When looking at the materials for this, I thought that all the incense was chosen in order to avoid any potential allergenic situation. What did you put in there?
I have a patchouli allergy, so just to be safe than sorry, I tend to bring my own to replace that in here. Mm-hmm.
Uh-huh. Did you mention this to the staff?
And the rest of the group starts entering, and Malcolm guides the rest of the group to a seat around this incense in this stifling hot yurt. You have sweat all of your clothes through at this point.
How does it smell, Keeper?
The new incense smells perfectly neutral. It doesn't have a patchouli smell to it, but you don't notice anything particularly unique about it.
Just like pure frankincense.
Basically.
Smell. Yeah.
I don't have a problem with it. I'll take a seat.
Yeah, but it was kind of rude.
I'm here for good vibes, you know?
I'm here,
Like,
I'm here
let it go.
to sweat out my problems. And this.
Okay. So I suppose I should ask, does Dr. Boren notify Malcolm that this switcheroo has happened?
Yeah, I think if this is all about bonding and openness and trust, and already somebody's replacing something without the consent of everybody here, like, that bothers me. Like, yeah.
Okay. So as you bring this up with Malcolm, he seems a bit crestfallen and slightly betrayed and looks over at Kiana, and her face is wired very tight. And you can tell she looks like a deer in the headlights right now, and gives the same, sorry, I just have a patchouli allergy. And so that's why I did this, to be safe. That way I don't have any respiratory issues. And Malcolm then says, I understand. However, everything about this retreat has been pre-curated and selected in order to best enhance everyone's vibes and receptivity. Please refrain from replacing any other incense or other items throughout your time here. We don't want to invoke any sort of discipline, but we also don't want folks to disrupt others' time. Could you please give me the original incense? She is resistant. Anyone can give me a psychology roll.
39 is a pass.
Nope.
You don't notice it too much watching her as she is lifting her hand up, but you can see on the incense sticks as she pulls them back out of her bag, as they are wavering just slightly, as if she is nervous and trying to withhold a tremor. She passes the incense back to Malcolm. Thank you. Bows, relights them, sets them in the center, and gives the other incense back to Kiana. Malcolm sits in, I actually don't know any yoga formations, but he sits cross-legged on the sand and says, now everyone, in your welcome emails, you were instructed to bring an item that is a treasured possession for each of you. Before we get into meditation and breathing exercises, I would like everyone to share their item and why it is meaningful to them. Kiana, since you seem very eager, would you please share it with us? She fiddles with her bag. I got this seashell from the beach when my wife and I were going for a walk there, and I really like it. It reminds me of her, and yeah, that's my treasured possession. Excellent. That's okay. We will learn how to open up and be receptive. Mr. Canavan, would you share your item with us?
Well, my item is my sketch pad that I do all of my work in. It's my current one, but I mean I've got like 20 of them at home. But this has got some of my newer artwork in it that I'm working on a graphic novel. Um, it gives me a lot of peace just to draw the landscapes and the things I see around me.
And who would like to volunteer next? Miss Coakley?
My pocket knife. It belonged to my mother before she died.
And why is this special to you? What memories do you have with your mother that you associate with this knife? Just the act of giving?
It's twofold, actually. It makes me think of both my mother and my father. I was very young when she passed. I don't have a lot of memories of her. So it's more of owning something that belonged to her that's meaningful. But my father is an engineer, and he taught me everything that I know today. And so we used this a lot tinkering around in the garage. So it makes me think of both of my parents.
Thank you for sharing. Miss Scott?
Mine's this box, and I get it out and it rattles just a bit. It was given to me by my my much younger sister June, who I miss dearly. We live far apart. Inside is some of her baby teeth that she placed in there because she one time caught me replacing the tooth with money, to try and keep up the mirage of the tooth fairy. And she gave the teeth to me and said that as long as I had it with me, she'd always be near me. And it really just touched my heart that she was so thoughtful and wanted me to always have her close.
I must say, a box of teeth is certainly the most unique item that I've ever had someone share in this. Thank you for being comfortable sharing that with us.
Oh, of course.
Mr. Kuntz, is it? Would you mind
That's
sharing?
right. Yes, I have this pendant that was given to me by a village elder in a mountain village in China, where my ancestors came from, roughly. I'm very gratified that I'm making progress getting to know the people there, and it's a beautiful thing.
And Dr. Boren?
Yes, my item is a stethoscope that I got when I first entered medical school. It's I use it nowadays as a sort of a meditative assistant, listen to my own breathing, my own heart, kind of block out the outer world, listen to the inner world.
Well, we'll learn all about being able to listen and be receptive to all of the light and energy within us and bring that to the outside world. And Mr. the large man that you didn't really notice entering as you were typically focused on Kiana with the incense, speaks up in a deep, booming voice. Russell is fine. Well, Russell, then, would you mind sharing your personal item with us? He brings out a small teddy bear that seems to have seen much better days, is worn and ragged. Within his giant meaty palm, it is just this small trinket, looks like a Beanie Baby whenever he is holding it. It says, this was my sister's, and it's the only thing I still have from her before she died. And so I use this to remember her. Thank you, Mr. Russell. Now, for each of you here, I want you all to sit in whatever position is comfortable for you. Feel the earth beneath your seat and breathe, close your eyes, hold your treasured objects, and think about how much it means to you. Think about those feelings that you associate with that object and really dwell on them. I'll be coaching us through breathing exercises during this time to try and really get into the spirit of this guided breath work. And this goes on for minutes. Your sweat is beading and flowing off of your head. You're breathing in with these exercises and start to feel slightly lightheaded, maybe a little giggly, almost a little dizzy. And you feel like you really can't help yourself but smile right now. Maybe you've never tried meditation before, but it seems like there's something to it. You feel very light, happy. Now, the rest of the minutes seem to fly by in what is over half an hour as Malcolm pulls out a small gong. You didn't even know where he was hiding it, but there's a little thank you for your guided meditation, everyone. Now I will let you unpack, use the restrooms in your personal cabins for this weekend trip. If you will all get up and follow me, don't stand up too quickly. There's a chance that there may be you might feel a little dizzy and lightheaded after having so much oxygen pumped into your brains at once. As this is settling down, you're all sort of getting up. You seem to notice amidst your lightheadedness that the ground seems to rumble and shake slightly under your feet for just a few seconds. You yourself were lightheaded, but this was something different that you felt. But
is there any sound associated with that? Do we hear like the trees rustle?
No, not necessarily. You more feel it in your hands and in your the soles of your feet than actually hear anything. Now, if you all will follow me, I will guide you to your cabin. We only have enough space for every... oh my God. We only have enough space for every one of you who is in attendance today. We will be using bunk beds, and I will just allow you all to take your pick as you walk over. You see this light lake. Some of the attendants are walking around outside. You see others are leaving their yurts and completely drenched in sweat, but with this nice smile on their faces that seems it was just as satisfying for them as it was for you. And you notice there must be something wrong with that Kiana. She isn't smiling at all. She seems to have her face set. Whenever she sees you looking at her, she puts a smile on her face, but it doesn't seem quite as genuine as what you feel in your hearts. Malcolm leads you over to your cabins and lets you pick out your bunks. Please feel free to unpack, use the bathroom. I know this has been a long trip, and talk amongst yourselves and rest before we move into the next activity for the day. I will be around by the lake if you need anything. Thank you. Namaste. And backs out the door.
So I'm going to take the far bunk against the back wall.
How many bunks in a cabin?
There are 7 bunks in this cabin. There is one that seems to be, or there are double bunk beds, and then one extra cot that seems to have been pushed in at the last minute to accommodate the uneven number.
Oh, well, I want a bottom bunk. If you don't mind, I tend to get up to use the restroom often. I'd disturb my bunkmate hopping down from the top.
I would like a bottom bunk as well. I mean, I'm older, so.
Oh,
I'll
well,
take
then
the
we
top
won't
bunk.
be.
Doesn't bother me any.
Oh, well.
I'm on
I'll
the
be your
top of the
bunkmate,
back.
Karen.
Good, tell you.
I'll take the cot. I can sleep anywhere usually, so and I don't think Russell would even fit in the cot. So
Did Kiana come in with us?
She is. She has come in and taken the top bunk furthest in the back and is opening up her bag and seems to be reading through something and sort of nodding and stealing herself right now.
Okay,
So
I want to go up to her, and
she took the bug that I wanted. Fine.
Well, it's really hard to feel upset about that because it seems like she really wanted that bunk and, it'll all just work out. Maybe you were meant to have another bunk in the middle of the room. You feel this sort of positivity flush throughout you.
Yeah, I want to go up to Kiana and say, I'm sorry about my reaction to you switching up the incense. I just have to ask, have you been to one of these before?
No, I haven't. How are you feeling?
Sorry, I'm a doctor. It feels like I've been it feels like I've been drugged, to be honest with you. Were you worried about something else in the incest? Oh my God. Wow, my brain is all over the place. The incense. You said you were worried about an allergen, but I'm starting to think you were about something that wasn't just an allergen. Wow, whoa, very open. Hi.
She sort of looks over at everyone else milling around the room, unpacking their bags, getting changed, using the restroom, and says, okay, Mr. Boren, I'm going to need you, Dr. Boren, I'm going to need you to not be upset with me. Can you not be offended for just 2 seconds?
I feel like it'd be very difficult to be offended right now.
You're a stupid, fucking, ugly piece of shit that will never amount to anything. And I want you to roll POW.
Wow.
30 is a pass.
These words hurt. They sting. They cut a little deep in your chest. And as you're thinking about them, that lightheadedness, that kind of dentist anesthetic seems to fade off. You feel more bounded within yourself, more in control.
That's I'll look up through the Novocaine, feel that toothache nice and
Okay. Good. That's what I thought. Remember, you're not mad, right? Cool. Great.
Yeah.
All right. Listen, my partner came to one of these before, and she came back different. She was basically lobotomized when she returned. I couldn't get any interactions from her. She stopped going to work. She is basically despondent. So I think there is something going on here. I found her journal in the trash can when she returned, and she mentioned the incense made her feel funny. I think that they're putting something in it. You need to be very careful because the staff are keeping an eye out. Any negativity or anger in front of the staff will result in discipline. I'm frankly surprised they didn't cart me off already, but they must have thought that was innocuous enough. They're going to make you bury your treasured possessions and abandon those things that you care about most. You need to not breathe the incense if you can. Apparently, reading or seeing negative stuff tends to snap you back out of it. You need to focus on being negative in order to not float away like the others.
Yeah, I recall how much all their terminology, like bonding yurts and things, really grated against me in the beginning. Should keep that in mind. I regret stopping in the beginning. I didn't know, but if you do get a hold of whatever compound or something, I'm a medical doctor. I am curious what it is, because that's why I came to you. You seem to know something, and I felt like I was drugged.
I only thought that something was wrong. Yes, I'm a chemist. I don't know what's in it. I was going to try and analyze those sticks after I left. If I can leave. Okay. So this is the really crazy part right now, and I'm gonna need you to continue trusting me.
Okay.
I think there is a dome around us right now, and we cannot leave if we wanted to.
A dome, like a glass.
That was the last thing in her journal.
Well, I came here on the recommendation of a coworker. I feel a little I don't know, betrayed.
Yeah. So
sorry, still a little.
Here. No, that's fine. That's fine. She pulls out an sheet of notebook paper and starts writing this down.
1, do not inhale the incense. 2, read negative words. 3, do not be negative in front of the staff. 4, find the underground room in the meditation hall. 5, we are surrounded by an invisible and impenetrable barrier. People are dangerous. Nothing lasts and it hurts. No one can save you but yourself. Children die every day. Racism, sexism, and ableism run the world. You can't fix most of it.
Keep that.
All right, I will.
And James, maybe because you were sort of focused on Kiana for still taking your bunk, you managed to overhear a hefty amount of this. But it seems like she's being so negative for no reason. Like, so what?
Some people are just that kind of people. Negative people.
As you are. So, yes, Dr. Bourne, is there anything else you want to do in the rest of the room? What's everyone else doing as you're just getting settled?
I'm unpacking. I'm not even noticing that conversation.
Yeah, I'm going to swap out my shirt and shirt because it's all sweaty and gross, and I want to feel good, and dry clothes always make me feel better.
Yeah, it's hot, but I like the incense smell.
It probably feels cooler after leaving the yurt. I mean, I'm sure it was hotter in there, so it'd be nice if we got a little bit of a breeze, though. I didn't think to check the weather. I didn't really think it would be this hot. I wonder if it's going to rain while we're here.
Well, it's July, and
July, yeah.
It's a beautiful July in England, where the skies are actually clear, blue skies, fluffy white clouds. And as you all are getting unpacked and taking turns using the bathroom, it's a single toilet and sink for 7 people put into here. You hear a hurried, guys, somebody clogged the toilet and we have an emergency here, as Russell sort of moves out and is hurriedly pointing. It's like, that wasn't me. I was on top of it. I'm not pointing any fingers. It's fine, but I think that's about to overflow.
It's okay, Russell. It's just a stuffed toilet. Let's is there a plunger? Did you see a plunger?
There's a plunger, but I think this is going to take more than a plunger. If you want to go take a look, but plug your nose.
All right, I'll go look. I've seen plenty of fluids and what have you in my time.
So you've seen plenty of fluids and disgusting sights, but this is, it's a lot. It sort of reminds you whenever you were in undergrad going to like garage band concerts and a bunch of teenagers would use and abuse the toilet, except this one, the most recent customer apparently eats a lot of beef jerky, and the smell is rising, and the toilet water is doing that thing where it is hitting that danger level to almost encroach over in this sort of murky brownish yellow liquid, threatening to seep over the border.
Let it go down a little bit first.
I don't think it's going down.
I'll
Turn
see
off
if
the
I can.
water.
I'll see if I can find Malcolm or somebody.
Well, we need
Yeah,
some of
is
that
there a
incense
valve
now.
to turn off
Yeah,
the?
just turn the valve. Turn off the water. It'll be fine. It'll be
Okay.
right.
You turn the valve off. Nicholas, you go out to find Malcolm. He's running laps around the lake, has taken his sort of linen shirt off, and is in terrific shape. As he comes around, and it's like, oh, hi, are you already ready for the next activity?
I'm looking forward, but there's a plumbing issue in our cabin. I think, you said you don't really have a cleaning staff. I think maybe the previous tenants didn't take care of something because it's pretty gnarly.
Of course, the previous tenants didn't take care of something. You know what? I think this is a great time to try and work on some karmic yoga. I'll go get some supplies and be right there. Just go ahead and stand by.
Fantastic,
And
dude. Thank you.
at that same clip, just run straight off up to the main building at the far north end of campus. You all come back in the room. The smell is beginning to permeate a bit more and heavier, musky scent. Again, it's ode to beef jerky and worse. And Malcolm soon comes in carrying some goggles, a bucket, with an extra container in it, and some blue gloves on the side, and says, "All right, who wants to earn some karmic yoga?"
Goggles?
Oh, yeah, this is
You don't want to get pink eye.
I assumed that this was a bit of a heavy duty situation, so I got our best cleaning ingredient that we have on hand. So,
Heavy duty.
yeah, he hands the bucket over to you, Nicholas, and you see that it is just from the label at the bottle, it is pure sulfuric acid.
Wow.
So
Right.
that's the reason for the goggles and gloves. Thanks for taking that off my hands. I'll be waiting around just in case, but I want to leave all this to you. This will be a great bonding experience for everyone.
Wait a minute. It doesn't. You can't pour sulfuric acid in pipes.
Is there a septic tank? How does the plumbing up here work? I think
Oh, we
James
use this fairly often. This is a more heavy-duty pipe cleaner, but we've had plenty of cleaning staff verify that this is actually something that does happen. The author even notes in this that this is actually an industrial cleaning agent that does get used to clean out pipes. So this isn't our first issue where the previous tenants maybe didn't flush the toilet quite properly.
all right.
What the fuck? Okay. I'll clean the toilet.
I love that initiative, James. Here you go. I'll hand this off to you. I think that karmic yoga is going to pay off in tenfold soon enough. I'll be right outside in case you need me. It's a little stuffy in here. And steps out the door.
I think he wants you to just grab the beef jerky out of the pipe with the gloved hand.
Well, we're going to have to mop up the floor. I hope we can get a mop and stuff, but
I'll also allow everyone to get me a spot hidden roll.
Say, have what's her name get some of that.
Gosh, dang it. No.
19 is a hard success.
All I'm looking at
Regular.
is the clogged toilet.
Got a
Okay.
heart also.
All right. So maybe because you were focused more on Malcolm and less on the bucket or the flooding time bomb that is threatening to swamp your entire domicile, you happen to notice that Kiana took a step sort of behind and to the back of Malcolm and seemed like she might have pocketed something off of him.
Indeed.
And then as he turned away, she stepped aside and smiled just like the rest of you. Now, James, as you are putting on the goggles, a little bit of a face mask, and those rubber gloves, you're getting ready to pour that sulfuric acid in and try and stir it so it can help dissolve whatever's down in those pipes. I am going to need a dexterity roll and then a con roll to see how well this all works out for you.
Because I'm not so sure I would do this, but usually use an alkaloid. I got a 22. What did you say the first one? Dexterity?
Dexterity.
Okay, 22 out of 58. So that's hard.
So you don't manage to splash any on yourself as you're trying
Right.
to stir things around.
I took high school chemistry, I know. Yeah. And a 71 in Constitution. I'm going to get sick from the fumes.
So as you are over this roiling vat, and then mixed in with the hard boiled rotten egg smell of the sulfuric acid put into it, you kind of can't help but keep it down. Your nose hairs are singed, and there is now a third ingredient mixed in with the other two that were in the toilet.
Oh God, get away, guys. It's lethal.
It's not very salubrious.
Yeah, I'm closing my suitcase so that my clothes don't absorb any more of this than necessary, and I'm going to step out and get some fresher air.
Yeah, open up the windows and make sure that.
I'll start opening the windows. Yeah.
Yeah.
As Nicholas, as you step outside of the building, you happen to notice Malcolm appears to be talking with Sage about halfway between the cabins and the main attendance hall.
Do they look happy and mellow and good vibes, or do they look concerned?
How else would they look? Of course, everything is the most mellow here.
And how are the other cabins doing?
The other cabins seem to be getting along just fine. All of the attendants seem to be smiling and chatting and sharing all of their personal stories with one another. It seems like this one just happened to have a bad incident in it. Dr. Boren, since Kiana feels somewhat more confident that you're at least have your wits about you right now, she sort of sidles up beside you while everyone else is cleaning, opening windows and whatnot, and says, listen, I got a set of his keys. I'm going to drop them off at the next location, so he thinks that he just dropped them. But there is some kind of a door or something in the meditation hall. I think that's she mentioned that there was a secret door in the journal. I think that these keys can unlock it.
Oh, all right.
Do you want to help?
Well, something's obviously wrong here. I'll try to help you as best I can.
Actually, for this unpleasantness, Kiana will also go around and she'll tap Karen and then just whisper in your ear, not whisper, but talk very softly. Doesn't this smell like dog shit? This is the worst fucking smell I've ever heard. What is wrong with me? You can roll POW.
I think I'm going to call for Malcolm and say that we need baking soda and a mop.
Well, as you call out for him, Malcolm comes back inside and it's like, well, I think that might have been enough time for it to settle down, and sort of gets the plunger and it clears and empties. I swear to God, this is written in here that this is pouring sulfuric acid is something to dissolve heavy duty clogs.
Well, we need baking soda and they're just going to eat through the floor.
Well, luckily you only poured it in the
clean.
pipes. I don't think there's anything to worry about here, James. Listen, I want you to help focus on some positivity in this. Let those kinds of worries, we will take care of those. Nothing to concern yourself with on this trip.
Okay.
I like it.
Listen, we don't want to bring anyone down with this negativity and anger and whatnot. Karen, how did you do on that POW roll?
I failed my POW roll.
Okay. So you have a kind of, sure, that's a bit crass. And
Gosh,
from
you
that,
don't have to be so negative, Kiana.
You're right. That's my bad. Don't worry about it. And she sort of looks back at Russell and shrugs.
I'll I'll go up to Nicholas and just be like, what do you think of this place?
I really need something, you know. And I thought that the meditation, even though it was so hot, I felt pretty great.
I mean, you think somebody going back to China to get more in touch with the roots would have a little better understanding of what good meditation would be like, don't you?
What do you mean? Are you bummed out about something?
No, aren't you?
Well, the only thing, the rule is good vibes only, and I kind of felt like Malcolm gave me a hard time about the clogged toilet, and we just got here. But, I was
Yeah, I
wondering
mean,
whether they
why
did
why
that.
why do you feel like the need to lie about previous tenants, huh?
Yeah, that felt
Are
weird.
you are you a, are you a terrible liar, Nicholas?
No, I'm not, and it did feel weird that he acted like that. What's going on?
I mean, it sounds like you're insinuating that Malcolm's not into good vibes like all the previous tenants are supposed to be.
It's kind of how it felt, yeah.
I guess I'm trying to annoy you into a power roll.
I'll allow
guys,
it. I'll allow an
Trigger.
annoyed pow roll as you're just being insistent. Seem like you have something on your nose.
Uh, that is a successful power roll.
Okay. This is starting to make more sense. Like, yeah, that something doesn't sit right about that.
Yeah, I'll tell you, Doc, I wondered what with the whole like karmic yoga business, like if all the toilets were like this, it was some sort of like initiation thing, but everybody else seems fine. I don't know.
Yeah,
But yeah,
look, something's wrong here.
in
I
your
think
professional
there's-
opinion, did we get euphoric because we
I
started to?
think we were drugged. I think is what happened. There's something in the incense.
Jesus.
yeah, but
Well,
maybe that's just part of the whole thing. Maybe they're just supposed to, people are really uptight.
Do you enjoy spending your time cleaning up other people's shit, James?
I don't mind being helpful. It's
This
cleaning up
wasn't being
shit.
helpful. This was being used. They were using you, James.
Uh,
Does that make you feel good?
Give you a pow
Being a
roll for the
tool?
psychological manipulation.
90. I am not fooled by their nonsense. Look, I just want to be helpful. Malcolm's just trying to be nice. That's what we came here for. Don't let the negativity win. I'm going to turn around and walk out. I'm going to go find Malcolm.
Sure. The other attendants are starting to cluster around their guides this time. And Kiana sort of just try and hold your breath if you can over to Dr. Boren and walks out. As soon as she passes that sort of threshold of the doorway, she has a big smile on her face, just blending in with everyone else, even though it does look just slightly forced. Malcolm greets you all. I'm so sorry for that slight disruption. I promise there won't be anything else of the sort during your time here. I am going to take us into the meditation hall for us to focus on gratitude journaling. Is this all right with everyone?
Oh,
No,
You can-
sounds wonderful.
you can lead me
Perfect.
anywhere, Malcolm.
Perfect. Wonderful. I love to hear it. All right. If you'll please follow me and guide you up the path. There are some others that are sort of giggling and talking amongst themselves excitedly and lead you into the meditation hall. This
I
is
wanna
Go ahead.
Sorry, as we're walking over, I want to slip Nicholas the note.
And so Nicholas can keep that note on him. As you get into the meditation hall, this is a very wide, sort of hardwood flooring, wide open space inside. Walls are going up into a large vaulted ceiling. with great large skylights in order to have a full, beautiful, unobstructed view of the inside. There is a large tapestry put up against the far back wall. There's 2 doors over to the left of it. One has a restroom sign on it, and then another door next to that. The tapestry itself is of it seems to be a person standing amidst a lotus flower that is blooming, showing various stars and energies and insignias for chakras and things like that around it. It seems to be very large. Going over 20 feet widest. There is a small table in the center of the room with a placard, some sheets of paper, and incense. Sage is waiting for everyone inside and would like to guide you all in guided meditation. Hello again, everyone. Welcome to our next activity. This is going to focus on gratitude journaling, holding on to those positive emotions that you had from the bonding yurts. I want you to each take a single sheet of paper here and go and write. Just write what is in your truest heart. In order to conserve paper, once again, there's only one set of instructions. So I'll ask you, each of you, just to come by and read them and then take your single piece of paper. Again, trying to minimize our carbon footprint as much as we can. I will be going around the area. If you have ever just want to talk or need anything, thank you.
Oh.
And as folks start walking up towards the table, who would be first to go to the gratitude journaling table?
Going straight there.
Okay. So as you go to this table, it has a purple tablecloth layered over it with a few holders of incense burning, and this placard is propped up.
Gratitude journaling. Welcome to your first activity here at Heartland Hill Retreat. We hope you've enjoyed your time in the bonding yurt and are feeling happy and smiley already. You got a chance to appreciate something that means a lot to you. Now let's do the same with someone who means a lot. Take a piece of paper from the table here and a pen. Find a comfortable place and sit or rest in the room and get to writing. Don't rush. Spend time meditating on and thinking about the person. Imagine them being here with you and just write about them. Don't overthink it. Write from the heart. Now get started. You have 90 minutes.
And as you are trying to read through these instructions, these little shapes that are dotting around the text here seem to start sort of growing and shrinking and wavering about. It makes it kind of difficult to focus in on the individual words, sort of like an optical illusion. I'd like you to roll a little bit of sanity as this is happening.
3, I'm fine.
Okay. Maybe it's some sort of optical illusion thing.
Yeah, or maybe the drugs in here.
Sure.
I don't care if they're drugging us.
Well, on that note then, as others are stepping up to the table, is everyone just reading through? If you're going to read through the instructions, go ahead and give me a sanity roll, as this seems very odd and sort of catches you off guard.
Well.
And is anyone holding their breath?
I am.
Yeah,
Holding
that
my
close
breath.
to the incense, I'm going to hold my breath.
Okay.
I'm just breathing it in.
All right, There we go. So give me just a second to each of these. And for Russell and Nicholas, did both of you pass your sand rolls?
I did not.
Passed.
Okay. So Nicholas, as you are reading through this, it starts causing your heart to beat faster as you're holding your breath, seeing that this isn't right, this isn't natural. You're just going to lose 2 sanity. But that sort of jackrabbit heartbeat causes you to inadvertently inhale a bit. and you are back up here. Russell, I would also need a con roll from you as you are in this room, and Talia is going to roll con.
Oh, 45 is not a pass on con.
Do you want to use some luck for that?
Gonna be what? By 12 luck? I'll spend 12 luck. I don't want to get all spacey again. Yep, spending the luck.
Sure. So as you start to feel the sort of light of your vision is sort of narrowing in a little bit, you stick it out and get to the furthest point of the room that you can away from the smoke from this incense, and manage to breathe lightly, but feel like you haven't gotten anything else affected. So you all are in here for 90 minutes as you are writing through with your completely compostable pencil. And you're hearing occasional giggling and things from people that are smiling to themselves, maybe reflecting on what they're grateful for. And Russell, you slightly feel unnerved by this sort of giggling madness happening around you. Kiana,
I am writing observational medical notes. Less about gratitude.
Okay. So in your notes, as you are writing down, you are noticing that those impacted seem to be compelled to smile and laugh. Some of them are staring up in the air and sort of laughing or talking amongst themselves. You worry that there may be some hallucinatory component to it.
Mm-hmm.
And Kiana is sort of waiting until Sage and no others can see them. There is one wall that has a lot of windows across the south side, and she feels like you're alone enough. She sort of comes over and it's like, all right, so do you believe me now?
Well, most of it. Sorry, the dome thing's still a little bit of a hang up for me, but I'm with you 90%.
I mean, if you want, we can go out and check it out. They won't be back for maybe an hour yet.
All right, let's go. Yeah, let's step out.
Get some fresh air. She walks past the large, giggling man with face tattoos, sort of writing and muttering to himself. And you step out of the building. You're pretty far north, going up to the trees. And she says, well, I guess pick a direction, but we should be closest to the edge up here. Walks northbound into the forest. And as you are presumably letting her lead, her forehead smacks into seemingly nothing around them. She goes, oh, fuck, okay, cool, that's here, that's where that is. I should have been holding my arm out or something, but yeah, go ahead, Mr. Skeptic. And your hand touches, and it feels like the smoothest, most transparent crystalline glass. Some slight leaves may tend to fall as you see a breeze affecting only the trees away from you, none of them behind you, and some leaves sort of pitter-patter down and tumble down through this dome.
What
the rest of you
fuck?
In the meditation hall, what are you all writing about? You notice that some of your companions may have stepped away. Maybe they went to use a different bathroom.
I'm writing about my brother David, who was the most wonderful person, the most accepting person, immediately accepted all of the changes in my life and never gave me any grief for it. My parents weren't bad either, but David was the best, which in truth wasn't true, but it's my truth right now. Positivity.
Mm-hmm.
Writing about my best friend Raina, just a wonderful person, filling my life with joy and light. We lived together for a while, and she just radiated positivity, and I'm so grateful for her.
That's so beautiful. What about you, Talia?
Oh, I'm writing about my sister June, and she's like a daughter to me, and she's just fulfilled me. She was the one that recommended I come to a meditation place, and I found this one, and I'm just so happy she recommended it here. I get to see all these wonderful people. I get to see Malcolm, who's always nice to look at, and I just if she hadn't recommended that I search for help, I wouldn't be smiling now.
And Nicholas, what are you doing?
I'm writing about my mom, Lindsay, who always did so much for me. I'm kind of tempted to roll luck to see whether I hear the rustle of that note in my pocket and have a glance at it. That make sense?
I was about to say that as you are writing, you really get carried away and you run out of room on the paper. As a psychologist, you're used to giving very lengthy sentences. And so you start running out of room and pat around, wondering if you can borrow someone else's paper, and your hand hits your pocket and you hear that crinkle of notebook paper. You can pull it out and look at it.
Wow. Children die every day.
And you can give me a power roll with a bonus die since you're focusing on these negative terms.
Don't even need it. I rolled an 8 first try.
There you go. So thank God you thought about dead children, because that managed to snap you out of this.
Yeah. And now, again, as a psychologist, I'm looking around at all these like blissed out people, and I'm going to check for staff, and are there open windows in here?
There aren't any open windows in here. It seems like sort of a plate glass set up that you can view the entire resort down to the south.
Yeah, I'm just going to get myself to a space that's not next to that incense, because I feel more clearly that it was a direct result.
Sure. So as you're having to sort of tiptoe and lightly step over people that are sitting cross-legged in child's pose and writing and giggling to themselves, some of them are like, "Oh my God, hi, I haven't even seen you yet. That's so funny. Can you imagine how many people we haven't seen before? Wow, this is such a unique experience. I'm Mallory. How are you?"
I'm great, Mallory. I'm great. How are you?
I am wonderful. I'm so glad that I came here. I needed to get away for a minute. I needed to get away from my mother's controlling grip. And I'm so glad that I did. I feel free. I feel whole.
Mallory, is this your first time at Heartland Hills?
Of course. Yes. Yes. I'm definitely going to be coming back, though. Oh my gosh.
How did you hear about it?
Oh, I saw an advertisement on the subway. They have those pictures that are up on the sides, and I normally don't ever look at those, but there was this homeless guy that kept trying to smell me, and I know that you're never supposed to make eye contact with them, so I was focused so hard just staring up and hoping that a police officer or someone would come by. I had pepper spray, but I didn't even need it. I think he just maybe had something better to do. And I'm so glad that I just happened 1 in a million chance to see the advertisement for this place. Plus there was a Groupon.
Right. Well, that's fantastic. I'm sure we'll see each other again soon.
I'm sure we will. I hope we do. Goodbye. Have a pleasant day. Namaste. I don't even know what that means, but I love it.
Yeah. Find an empty corner. Oh, Mallory.
And I believe we're going to flash back to Russell mid what the fuck?
Yeah, okay. I can't blame me for not believing in Thom, but my God, what the what the hell?
I don't know. I was not ready for this, honestly. Actually, let's go ahead and have both of you roll a little bit of sand for running into a force field bubble.
Yeah. 46 is a pass.
I feel like this is still a
Barely.
1
Yeah,
because
it
this
feels like
defies
it.
all laws of nature.
Uh-huh. This is bad. This is what we call in the business not good.
So glad for technical jargon.
Uh-huh. So,
And
did you try the keys?
try the keys for what? Like, do you see a keyhole in here? This was for the meditation hall, but you didn't believe me about this. Knocks on it. The echo travels like just
All
a
right,
few
I
feet.
believe you now. Okay. I mean, the negativity, I suppose, is good at this situation, but all right, I believe you.
Okay, so like
Do we need to look for a hidden door?
there's a door in the meditation hall, I think. It's
Huh.
I don't know where. It was the last note in the journal that they said that they were taking us downstairs in the meditation hall. The two doors are for a bathroom and the staff rooms. So there's something else that's got to be hidden in there, right?
Right, so we got to the staff room.
And there's a few keys on here. So like I don't know.
Like, I mean, they've got a. How many people are they? I've seen Malcolm. I've seen Sage. Do we have a staff count? Do we know how many of these, I
There
don't
are
know,
8
cotton
members
candy
on duty.
shepherds?
A voice behind you serenely states, "There are 8 members on duty." As you turn around and see Sage is standing behind you both. You know, we do have a rule to complete all of the activities. I don't think you're supposed to be out of the meditation hall at this time.
Well, it just felt like, my inner self was telling me to get closer to nature. My mother always loved nature walks, I want to feel closer to her.
That's wonderful, and I never want to squash on a good thing. I'll tell you what, how about you both come with me back to the meditation hall and we can finish our exercises for the remainder of the hour. Kiana is backing up and her back hits the barrier behind her. She sort of stoops in and to try and meld as she presses herself against it. Sage's eyes flick to her and then back to you. You can give me a listen roll if you want.
Oh, this is where it all goes wrong. 83. That's nowhere close.
Okay. So would you like to come with me back to the meditation hall?
But I'm having such a positive experience out here, and we believe in good vibes only, right?
Oh, I know. And you know the most wonderful thing? On part of our schedule, we're going to be going out to the lake and focus on surrendering to wholeness for a natural activity. And you will have plenty of time at the evening of the day as the sun is setting to enjoy this beauty that nature has around us.
Have you ever read any philosophy about the Tao?
A voice to the side of you says, "Oh, in fact, I have." And you see Malcolm has apparently walked barefoot through the leaves and grass and is very near to you and Kiana. You look to the other side and see another attendant has stepped up. Seems to be a shorter Asian woman with her hair pulled back into a ponytail. "We really must insist that you complete the activities." We have very firm rules here in order to help ensure everyone gets the most benefit from this experience. You have to trust us. In terms of guided meditation, having a guide is exceptionally helpful.
I'm like turning back with that plaster smile towards Kiana. What is she doing?
Kiana tries to bolt. Oh shit. And with an +6 is immediately grabbed by her arm by this short attendant who seems to be stout despite her height. Grabs Kiana and then puts her arm behind her back. It says, now, there are some punishments we don't like to talk about here. This is truly for your own good, and I must insist you come with me. Nicholas, as you're focusing on this negativity, you haven't seen any other attendants or staff around. What are you doing? It's about 45 minutes, almost an hour at this point. You're also muted.
Sorry.
There you go.
Yes. Yeah, no, I'm sort of scanning for anybody else who doesn't seem to be totally wigged out, and I'm assuming that everybody in here is lost it.
Even James, who seemed to be the most dour on arrival, has the biggest smile on their face. It's really seems like something's working here.
And I guess now that I'm lucid, it's going to be obvious that Russell and Kiana are gone.
Yes.
I'll like do a like nice casual stretch and like fan myself a little bit with my gratitude note and look out the windows to see if they're outside.
Sure. You step up to the south-facing windows, and you see the rest of the resort. There seem to be some folks setting things up at a table down by the lake. Weird enough, you see a pizza oven being set up nearby, with some tables sort of being brought out. Tables is a generous statement. It's bits of wood that they are piling on other bits of wood, probably something organic or recycled. You can turn, again, tiptoeing over other giggling masses, and wave to Mallory again as she sort of like taps your ankle, and step over to the south side, or the north side, pardon me. There isn't a very large window here, but there is still one. You can reach up to test it, and seems to be firmly locked in place. But you can see the forest facing the north. You can go ahead and roll me a spot hidden while you're up here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, not the most observant, Nicholas.
It's fine. This is, I think at this point, you just may be trying to focus on not listening to the giggles and laughter behind you that's feeling more and more sick.
Yeah. And I'm also, are the trees totally motionless?
Inside, yes.
Well, inside.
Oh, inside, yes.
Yeah.
But the trees around this building are motionless, yes.
Yeah, I mean, that's never the case, especially when you go up high. It doesn't, so like that last item on the list, which made me wonder if Kiana was nuts, I'm having thoughts about. And my smile feels really like there's no comfortable smile. It's like
your cheeks sort of hurt after, whenever you have a night laughing too hard, your cheeks are sore. You're kind of getting that.
Yeah, it's hard. Yeah. I don't think unless, since I don't know where they are, I'm not going to take off. I probably don't have there's probably not a clock in here or anything, right? That would be too harsh.
Yes, we want to forget about the cruel passage of time in here.
But they are setting up the lunch table, so maybe this will be over soon, because I would like to find the others who are sane.
speaking of, this will all be over soon. Russell and Kiana are brought back.
Oh, I want to.
Hmm?
I was going to say, if they're going to come for me, I want to stab one of them with my compostable pencil.
Oh, great. All right, let's do combat, baby. Okay.
Let's stab stage with this organic pencil.
All right.
It's an 04. That's an extreme success.
Well, hang on. We got to go in dex order first. I will let you keep that extreme, though. Let's see. What is your dex?
Oh, I'm 44. I am not a fast man. I'm old.
Okay. 65. And... whoops. Ooh, of 75. Okay. And okay, so as you're sort of doing that eye lock left, right, keeping an eye on both of them, as Kiana is getting carried back towards the building, you get that impulse to start and fight. As a very firm hand reaches out to grab your arm. If you would like to dodge, you can. This will be a regular fighting brawl roll.
Oh yeah, I fought back with that 04, I suppose.
Okay, so he had a regular success reaching out to you. So you plant this compostable pencil into his forearm. Go ahead and roll damage. What would that be? John Wick
Just
killed 2
unarmed
guys
is-
with it. So how about a D4?
D4. Perfect.
Sharp. The fucking pencil.
4!
There you go.
That's what I like to see.
You manage to hit a nerve on Malcolm as you plant this into your arm. He screams and echoes. No birds fly away. The scream seems to be captured by the forest, only echoed back by this dome that falls silent eerily quickly. From that, Sage is now going to... Well, see, this is something very odd. As you're looking at her, her eyes are burning with a white intensity. As she is going to reach out and try and put you into a chokehold. And you can go ahead and dodge or fight back with being outnumbered.
Fighting with this pencil.
Well, you'll have to pull it back out of his arm.
Well, 92. That accurately reflects the...
Okay, so that is going to be an 18 that she rolled, which is a hard success. What I am going to do now is, since you are choking, and I don't remember exact rules for strangulation, we are going to start rolling con at more and more penalties as this goes on. Okay, it is now your turn.
All right. Again,
she is small and her grip is like iron. Okay.
I'm trying to stab her with the pencil.
Roll to stab.
Nope, 64. Used up. Bad rolls.
Okay. Her grip tightens around in your neck. I would like you to roll con with a penalty dice.
I've already failed.
So as you are flailing and stabbing, Malcolm is sort of holding his arm and apologizing and saying, "I'm so sorry, I wasn't fast enough." You hear Sage say, "That's okay. This will all work out in the end."
You bastards!
As it goes black. You wake up some time later. Can't have been very long. People don't stay unconscious that long. You know that much. And you're in a room covered in yoga paraphernalia and things. There's a statue of a Buddha. There's a poster with alignments of chakras all over the walls in here. You're looking around. Kiana isn't there. And as you're starting to get your bearings and your wits about you, you happen to notice there's a slight grayish substance coming down through a vent in the ceiling.
How am I tied up?
No, you're free.
Right. I want to start looking for. I
You
don't like
go
that
to the
substance. I
door.
want to. I want to. I want to stop that up if I can. I either have to take off my shirt or take a rug or tapestry off the wall. I don't like whatever the hell they're up to.
Sure. You rush to the door, try the handle. It is locked, maybe even barred on the other side. It doesn't even budge. You go get one of the tables and pull it up to try and take your shirt and mash this vent down. The smoke continues spilling out. You rush over to get a tapestry and place it against the top. As you pull the tapestry down, you see this strange symbol is carved onto the wall behind it. And as you keep trying to place it and stifle this gas, you see it leaking down through the weaves of this fabric. And you begin to fall unconscious. And you dream. Everything goes black, and then there is a blinding light. It seems to stun you and dazzle you. You see this giant gemstone lotus flower creaking and opening in front of you, welcoming you in. Your body is taking steps toward it as your mind screams to stay away. Your body continues moving despite your protests outside of your control. You go and step into the center of this bright flower and look up and see a room full of smiling faces cheering you on. You see Sage whispering affirmations to you as these petals begin to close around you. What looked like beautiful gemstone is still as sharp, and these edges forming the flower begin cutting into your skin with an impossible pressure, cutting you, pressing you, squeezing you. Your hot blood begins to run out of these wounds, and something else runs into your body, something warm, something peaceful, something that invades that area under your skin and fills you with the warmth that you can't even feel your feet anymore. You can't feel your legs, your face, and it's all okay. It's all fine, because this is how things are meant to be. I would like you to roll a little bit of sand.
Uh-huh. I miraculously passed that.
I am stunned. So you got sand, rock solid. It's just con. That's how I got to focus on you. Okay. As your dream goes black once again as the petals close around you. Everyone else, a short time later, the doors open and Malcolm comes in, a bandage around his arm, might be showing through the linen wraps, and is leading Dr. Boren back into the room. As Dr. Boren, you feel good. He seems like whatever may have been bothering him isn't bothering him anymore.
Malcolm, you were injured.
Oh, just this. I was trying to get things set up for everyone's dinner this evening and got a little bit clumsy.
Oh, it's a good thing the doctor was with you. I mean, that's what fortuitous luck. I mean, everything here seems to work out. So
I
wonderful.
was so lucky. Yes, I was so grateful that Dr. Boren was here. Taps you on the back and you're kind of,
Well, I know we're all like natural and everything here, but you did use soap, right? Or an anti.
Of course. We have a first aid kit in every building, just for these little accidents. But that's okay. Every scar is a story, something that can be told and shared with others.
Ah, yes. Yeah. It's
Beautiful words, Malcolm.
mm-hmm.
Thank you. It's a beautiful day. Now,
what's next?
Well, let's see. Does anyone still have their schedules with them?
Oh, I do.
Perfect. Can you tell me what stage we're at now?
I know my character would have it, but I actually don't.
We're having a lunch break, of course. You all have lost track of time with your gratitude journaling. We have actually set up an oven outside for each of you, and we are making our homemade recipe vegan pizzas with cauliflower crust and seasoned broccoli toppings and nutritional yeast cheese over it with a pesto sauce. It's really delightful, and I think you're all gonna love it if you come with me. Everyone in the room, including the ex-con, is giddy as they're saying, "Oh, I've never had I didn't know you could put broccoli on pizzas. I wonder if there'll be pineapple too."
I mean, who doesn't like cauliflower?
I need a pow roll.
What a great opportunity to try something new. I've never had that before.
Oh, I know.
Pesto sounds good.
As you all are led outside of the meditation hall, Nicholas, I think you're the only sober one right now. You don't see Kiana.
I was afraid of that. I'm gonna hang back for a moment and copy the note that Dr. Boren gave me sort of across my gratitude page so that there's more than one of them. Because he looks blissed out, and Kiana's missing, and Malcolm, it's a thick enough bandage, and I was watching them set up lunch, not dinner, and he wasn't there. So it's all, I need to I need to see if the doctor recognizes the note.
Sure. So for convenience sake, let's say that all of the other groups just settle around an individual table. They're becoming best friends for life at this point. So there is a table remaining that each of you can come and take a seat. There are no empty chairs, though.
There should be one.
So,
I have very good communication.
That's okay. I can stay. Standing is good for you. We sit too much anyway.
No, there's chairs for all of us, just not an extra one.
Well,
And
why
I'm
would there?
wondering-
Why would there be an extra one?
Well, you remember Miss Winter?
Winter. Winter is coming, right? Yeah. No. She's
A long time.
which one of you had joked about the toilet thing being a test?
I had thought maybe they did that yoga for everybody as a sort of initial.
I thought that was silly, and I just took care of the problem. But if we're eating vegan, how did that toilet get so fucking clogged? I mean, it's kind of funny, but
You're focused on the wrong thing.
I'm being lighthearted.
It's in the past. You just gotta let it go.
well,
Maybe somebody, some silly camper brought something they shouldn't have, and they tried to flush it down the toilet,
maybe.
and that's how it got clogged.
But I mean, you're a psychologist. There's got to be kind of like a clever way to lead us down the path to enlightenment that they might be employing that sort of stuff. I'm not complaining. It's just,
It's
it's
just like it's.
I'm going to
interesting
give
to see their method.
I'm going to give the master note to James, because Dr. Boren looks like he might not be receptive.
What is this?
This is something that I was given earlier that I found really interesting. That Kiana had it. If you look, I found that this item, when I point to the children die every day, and this was very clarifying to me.
I think they took Kiana for some much needed one-on-one time. I'm sure she'll be right as rain.
Well, I mean, Kiana was kind of a negative Nancy, so maybe they just told her to leave.
It really was.
Do you know when they
Putting down the vibe?
when they mentioned that they had sometimes to discipline people, I wondered what that might look like, because everyone here is so giving and loving. What would
I
the
guess
discipline be?
When the flower first starts to eat you, you're scared, but that's okay. It's
What?
okay to be scared sometimes. Everything's
Truer and
very
stranger
poetic.
words. Yeah.
You're very poetic.
Everything's great.
That must be a T.S. Eliot thing or
I
something.
I don't understand this. Find the underground room in the meditation hall. We are surrounded by an invisible and impenetrable. What is it? Is this poetry or is this?
There's tapestry. There's tapestries.
Did you write some poetry, Nicholas?
down there?
Is it good?
No. It was a list of things. It's not important anymore.
Tell me about the flower
Just
today, you,
focus
Dr.
in the-
Russell.
It's Sage's flower. Like your life, it hurts at first, but then everything, it just flows. She just wants to help us. I feel
Nothing
so
lasts.
much better now after her guidance.
Nothing lasts and it hurts.
Mm-hmm.
Racism, sexism.
Whoa.
Well, you're just focusing on the negative parts
Gosh,
of life,
that's
James.
No,
very
but-
negative.
Well, I'm
Don't-
just reading the
Don't
note.
be negative.
You know,
So-
I went through a lot of problems, so
Well,
But it's hard
That's
to
the
imagine.
lesson. That's the lesson.
It's hard to imagine all those things still affecting you now. You feel different and beyond that. And Nicholas, you feel like James is focusing on the note and their eyes are still sort of glazing over. If you want, you feel like you could try and hammer in some good old negativity for them to try and shake them back up, but it might require a hard social skill roll.
I'm gonna lean in and I'm gonna sort of slap James on the thigh and dig my fingers in a little and lean a little bit close to James's ear and say, all this fucking bullshit and the drugs and the fucking incense have messed up your stupid fucking head.
I think more the fact that
I'll give you a bonus die for the digging in fingernails too.
and touching my thigh.
I fast talk is among my better skills. In fact, it is my highest skill, and I rolled an 18, so I do not need a second die.
Oh, okay.
So that's
And
a
if I'm
hard.
rolling POW, I got a 10.
All right. This is severely unpleasant, James. He just harshed your mellow so hard.
I'm looking at him like, why would you say that? Get your fucking hand off me.
Absolutely. James, look the fuck around. Everybody here looks like a fucking zombie.
I'm going to put some lemongrass on mine.
Talia, that's crazy. I love it.
Yeah. Tiana's missing. She's being disciplined, and the doctor is looks like he's.
It's why. Don't worry about her. They
really uncomfortable when
they wouldn't
I
hurt
got here.
anybody. They just wanna help.
I'm going to give him his
The
note back.
flower hurts at first, but it gets all better. It gets all better.
That's right. That's right, Dr.
Yeah.
Russell. You things are looking great.
He's a doctor and he's a dignified doctor. Why is he acting like this?
Because they
drug
fucking because they shoved an entire opium thing up his ass. I'm gonna try Karen. But don't again, like the note said, smile at the attendants because they're letting us go in the morning. They're keeping us overnight. Keep smiling.
Someone walks past. Are you enjoying the meal?
Oh, it's
Amazing.
grand.
Delicious.
It's the best thing I've ever had.
Who knew?
Wonderful.
Cauliflower, right? Who knew?
Yes.
Right.
We actually grow it right out back. So lovely.
Are we gonna
Absolutely
see the
zero
gardens?
carbon footprint.
I can't wait.
Do
to
you
see the
want
garden.
more? We can give you seconds for sure.
Oh,
I don't
Please
want to.
do.
Oh, thanks. I'm just
No
watching
thanks.
I'm
sort of
watching my weight. I had surgery.
I'm sort of
Oh,
already full of joy, you know?
that's so great
It's
to hear.
amazing.
Well, I'll go ahead and get you some seconds over there. Let us know if there's any special ingredients you want. Otherwise, I'll be right back.
Mm.
And it's already got some special ingredients.
Yeah. I'm gonna try the note on Karen.
What's the schedule look like? When do we got some free time to?
There's no free time.
That would be now-ish.
Yeah. Hi, Karen. Do you remember
Yeah.
Kiana?
Yeah, gosh, what a silly goose. Just negative. Just so negative.
She seems like she had something on her mind, but she's a writer, and I got this note from her, and I think it's really interesting. And I'm going to hand it to her and let her like scan at least half of it before I give her the treatment.
And I'm going to wander outside, just outside
Sure,
the door,
you're
get some-
already outside,
get
just
some
sitting at
fresh air.
tables.
Oh,
Of course, yeah. You can mill around
Outside.
for sure. Where would you like to go?
I'm gonna walk over if there's like a stand of trees nearby. I just want to get a little bit away to get perspective on this
Of course.
suddenly frightening situation I've found myself in.
One of the attendants will say like, oh yes, you want to commune with nature some? I highly recommend the forested area right over there. Would you like a blanket? I can have you so that way you can sit down on.
Oh, I'm okay. It's quite warm, and I'll just sit in the grass.
Of course, feel Mother Earth beneath your feet and be free and amongst yourself. I understand. We'll see you soon. You can walk into a copse of trees.
And then I don't have to.
The air is still. The heat is still pressing.
How's the grass feel?
Soft? Real? Maybe good. Depends on your opinion of grass, I suppose.
I like nature, so I'll just sort of, is this real? Is this something that's been, this all seems now artificial.
Sure. You
This
can reach out
seems
and touch.
real.
You can break a twig off of the tree. This is real forested wildlife.
Okay.
Well, no wildlife is actually around. And now that you mention it, it's kind of weird. You haven't even heard any locusts here. Typically, they're all a-buzzing at this stage in summer, but it's extremely peaceful and quiet here.
Yeah, it's one of the most annoying sounds. The cicadas, making
Isn't it nice
high-pitched-
that isn't here, though?
Yeah, but no. It's too wrong.
Karen, you self-involved fucking asshole. You fall into a fucking trap and you're too stupid to recognize it.
Give me
You
that
are on
roll.
drugs. Right, this is what I get
18.
decked.
Let's hope he gets it.
24. It's almost, oh, it's a hard. Yep.
Nice. So I guess being a psychologist, you just know exactly what buttons to press on people. Them showing their treasured items was their kryptonite.
I'm sorry to be so harsh. Look around. Everybody's fucking out of their minds on drugs. This is a fucking Fish concert.
Oh,
Fish can have concerts?
What's wrong with Dr. Boren?
I think they gave him an extra dose. Fucking they took Kiana somewhere. You have to find where they do the discipline. Because for all I know, I mean, if they blissed him out like this, who knows what they did to her?
We need to get Talia to snap out of it too. I think
Yeah.
the more of us that are in on this, the better.
Yeah, maybe if we go at it together, because she's really into it.
oh,
But you
Hey,
bonded with
Talia.
her a little bit. Yeah.
yeah.
Talia, look, this is so interesting. Look what Nicholas he wrote a really touching thing about his mother. Why don't you read it? I think it's just got really good vibes to it.
Put your pizza down It's the nutritional yeast is going to fall on it.
Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
I do like to read and eat. Oh, thank you. Mhm.
Your sister sent you here intentionally because she hates your fucking guts, and you really are a bitch.
Hmm.
If you weren't so fucking dim-witted, you'd have figured it out already, you stupid shit.
All right.
My luck.
Give me a bonus die on that for the double assault. All right.
Good thing.
What's my pal? Okay.
Just a regular that time.
I think Karen got it too. That was
Do I get a bonus on my pal
Yeah, I got
roll?
yes, for the
Okay,
twin assault.
Good. If not, I'd be like dead.
I mean, I could just
They're
listen to
carbon
you all
neutral, right?
bash each other all week.
Okay, yeah, the bonus die up for my pal. Very cool.
Oh man, this table's just getting all brought down.
What?
Yeah, what?
Arch by.
Keep smiling. Russell, you lucky
what?
devil, you lucky devil. You lucky devil, you.
I mean, I can't. You just.
Russell, do you remember what happened to Malcolm's arm? Did his man bun come loose and bite him?
I lost my pencil in it, wouldn't you know?
You lost your pencil in his arm.
One of those funny
Oh
things.
gosh.
Yeah. That must have hurt
Oh,
him
this
a
place
bunch,
is a lot
huh?
of fun, isn't it?
It's really wacky. Do you know where Kiana is? Did you see where they
The
took her?
lady, not Sage, just the other.
Another
Well,
lady?
She's just. It's. What are you so worried about?
Oh, I'm not worried. I'm delighted. Everything's delightful.
Oh, well, I'm sure wherever she is, it's just as wonderful as it is here.
Do you see the nice lady that took Kiana somewhere? Can you point her out to us?
As you're looking around, Talia, it's the attendant goes and sets a fresh pizza in front of you, and happens to be a short set, maybe Korean woman with hair in a ponytail.
Oh, thank you. I love lemongrass.
I just
thought you
sweep
might.
broadly at her.
Yes, that's great.
Hello,
That's great.
Dr. Boren.
Hello.
Oh, you've met? You're not one of our people. We're with Malcolm.
I know, we have a guest list. We like to be familiar with all of our clients during these retreats. We don't have that many people. It's honestly fun, kind of like a guessing game, you know?
It's so thoughtful. The way
What
you
is
do
there to
things
guess?
here.
It's always good.
Yes, it is.
It's no fear, no unknowns, just good vibes only.
Good vibes only. That's right.
Perfect.
Good vibes
I'm
only.
so glad to hear all of you are really getting in the spirit. We really want to help you all through this. And it
I'm
seems like everything is on
so
track. Let me
glad
go
there are
refill your
people out
waters.
here who are good enough who want to help. That makes me so happy.
Oh, you're too kind. And like kind of pat you on the shoulder. And
What's your name? I haven't
My
met you
name?
already. Yeah.
hi. Sorry, my name is Kim.
Hi, Kim. It's great to
Kim.
meet you. Thank you so much.
Hi, Nicholas.
Great that you're bringing more water. It's kind of hot today. There's no breeze at all.
I know.
I mean, it's so beautifully still.
we have these resorts all over, and so we try to pick locations that get good cloud and sky views and whatnot, but unfortunately the UK tends to be a little temperamental with its weather. I highly recommend checking out one of our other Heartland Hills areas, maybe in a more scenic location. We have some all over the country.
Amazing. When did you have your first retreat? I assume that's how you started here, right? You were probably a customer before you were a staff.
Oh, that's why you get the big bucks so sharp. Yes, I went through one of these a couple of years ago, and it really changed my life. And I just really want to help everyone else change their lives for the better as well.
I kind of think that almost everybody would want to work here, right? It must be so much fun. It must be
I'll
so
tell you what.
gratifying.
You can if you want to. We certainly don't turn down any applicants. If you're interested after this whole resort and conclusion has happened, then we'll be more than happy to see if you would want to help out too.
That's fantastic. Thank you so much. So great to meet you.
So great to meet you. All right.
Huh.
It's getting tiring.
Yeah.
And on that note, would you all like to take a 5-10 minute bio break from all this smiling and positivity?
Yeah.
I think that would be great.
Why would you want to break from the relentless positivity? Everything's wonderful.
Yeah.
Okay, BRB. Is everybody all good?
Yeah.
Super.
Why wouldn't we be good?
Of
Everything's
course.
great.
Yeah. So let's snap back to the conversation at the table.
Do you think we can even try Russell? He's the only one who might know where Kiana is, but he seems to be really fucking high.
I think we have to try, right? Like I
Right.
don't feel right leaving someone in that state.
Well, double teaming Talia seemed to work, so
Russell, do you think you could have a look at the
You
would
might-
you proofread my entry that I
No,
talked about
you're-
with my friend?
Proofreading, Karen, dear. Proofreading is focusing on your mistakes.
Well,
You
then
just
tell
have
me
to
about
let
the
paper
vibes.
be.
Could you tell me about the vibes that I'm giving with this passage about my best friend?
Oh,
I
well,
think-
this is a very nicely ordered list of things. Lists can be very helpful.
they sure
It's
can.
a great stylistic choice.
The bottom half, which you might remember, you gave to me, it includes the fact that you probably know from fucking personal experience, Dr. Moron, that children die, probably at your hand. Snap the fuck out of it, you shithead. Kiana's missing.
You're old and decrepit, and your body's
No,
falling apart. You're going to
sometimes-
die soon.
We all have to release our energy back into the earth
I'm afraid he likes it.
Woohoo!
when it's.
All right. You can roll POW if you want, or Russell just seems to be digging it. You don't have to try and focus on the negativity.
As a player, I want to focus on the negativity. I'm a pretty negative. No,
I feel like it was-
94.
Ouch.
Those vibes are very ungood.
Age is not something to be afraid of. When my body is ready to go, then I will go. The flower taught me that, yeah, things can be scary, but in the end, it all works out.
Yeah, like
Pain
it,
melts away, and you let
like it
happiness in.
like it worked out for your ancestors in Pol Pot and came to down.
Colonialism happened in the past.
Speaking of the past, Russell, did you see where the nice lady took our friend Kiana?
Oh,
I'd love to see how
they-
she's progressing.
I didn't see where Kiana went. I mean, they took me to the flower room.
Do you remember how you got out of the flower room?
Through the flower, of course.
Is it in the building up top?
I don't know where it is.
How'd you
So-
get into the room?
Oh, Sage brought me there. I
Oh.
think.
Page?
And on that, we're going to flash over to James, who is still walking through the forest, like making sure that all of this is real. And you can go ahead and give me a listen roll if you want.
23. Oh, what is my list? Where is listen? 23 out of 41. So
Okay.
I could make
So-
it a hard.
No, that's perfectly fine. In all of this complete silence, away from the chatter of the vegan pizza lunch, you hear some footsteps crinkling on some dried grass behind you. It seems like two pairs of feet.
Okay. I'm going to turn around all of a sudden, startled.
Sure. Whoa there, Tiger. Nothing to be worried about here. What has you all jumpy? It's Malcolm, carrying a stack of shovels.
Well, hi, Malcolm. You just startled me. It's very quiet. and
It
peaceful.
is, isn't it so peaceful?
Is it just Malcolm?
It's Malcolm, and as you turn and look over, Malcolm says, "Isn't it so peaceful, Kiana?" And You see Kiana is standing relatively blank-faced next to him, also carrying a bundle of shovels, and she, uh-huh, yeah, it is. It's nice.
Oh, yeah, it's very pretty here. You don't get this very often in England, I suppose.
No, it's wonderful that we have such a beautiful clear sky day for this. We were actually just setting up for the next activity. Would you want to help us? Or I was going to go and get the rest of the group and bring them out here in just a minute.
Oh, let them enjoy their pizzas. I'll help you. One does
Okay.
want to be helpful.
Perfect. Here, I'll tell you what. You take 2 shovels and I'll take 2 shovels. We're going to go and start walking a little ways out into the woods. It's at this point that you're noticing a lot of small mounds all around you, sort of like a minefield in this forest. As he walks deeper in, Malcolm says, "Oh, this looks like a great spot. And go ahead and set those shovels down just by this tree over here. Kiana, could you be a dear and go back and get the table and other things to set up while I go get the rest of the group? Does that sound okay?" And she vacantly nods in return and stiffly walks out. Yeah. So this is for the next activity here. I need to go set up the table, and this is going to be focused on letting go of attachments. I'll tell you what, would you like to come with me? And that way we can go get the rest of the group and get everybody ready to come down here.
Sure. Yeah. Um, yeah, I'll go with you.
Okay. And the strenuous, sweaty activity is starting to cause the bandage on his arm is seeping a bit, and you're seeing a little bit of red start to bleed through onto the nice, clean linen that he's wearing, billowing around him. So,
Sure.
how do you like everything so far, James?
It's really nice. I think your scratch is bleeding a little bit.
Oh, is it? Well, I'll have to get that cleaned up later, but right now I am more interested in all of your well-being. I I will heal perfectly fine. It really isn't a big deal. You know, accidents happen, but that's how we learn, right?
Yeah. Malcolm, would you feel uncomfortable if I told you I thought that you were a very attractive man?
Well, I am no stranger to flattery, and I do truly appreciate the gesture. You're not so bad to look at yourself.
You know, I used to be a girl.
Oh, really? Can you tell me more about that? What led to your decision?
Well, I never felt like a girl,
Mm-hmm.
and I the fact that I like guys hasn't changed at all. But I just, felt uncomfortable, and I, talked to uh, my psychiatrist about it for quite a long time, and after a lot of counseling, a lot of screening, I finally made the choice to transition. Um,
And how do you feel about it now? That sounds like a lot of negativity sitting around in your past. How
well,
about your present?
I said things are a lot better. Yeah,
That's
things are a lot
great to
better,
hear.
and I mean, I just want to focus on my art. I think that I can find the serene place inside so that I can create something really, really meaningful. Um, and that's really why I came here, was to find meaning and purpose.
That's beautiful, and thank you for trusting me with this. I truly appreciate it and hope we are able to fully help you realize all of the happiness and potential that can be ahead of you, that is within you right now.
Well, without, there's something. Can I give you some advice? Maybe I'm nobody to give you advice, but
I am all ears.
I mean, I want to trust you. I have trust issues anyway, but I want to trust you. And I think that you guys are trying really hard to, do this in a nice way. But part of this whole process seems very formulaic and not not as genuine as you could make it. I think that it just I don't know. There's part of it that makes everybody feel a little uncomfortable, and they're just sort of, smiling and carrying along, and probably in part hoping that the whole thing is just get over with. Um,
Oh, I'm really sorry to hear that. Those don't sound like good vibes at all. I can say that what starts to feel very formulaic is this is really focusing on guided meditations. And sometimes we do need to make ourselves slightly uncomfortable to really let go of those burdens and attachments that are holding us down so much. I really hope you're able to get through these feelings as well. I want you to trust me also. And I am telling you truthfully that I dearly want to help you. I want to help everyone be as happy and live a true life as they can.
I believe that. So, what are we burying out in the woods?
Well, that's going to be a surprise. And take a look at that. Here we are. Everyone, hello, hi, over here. Thank you. Thank you for your attention. We're about to start our next activity after lunch. I hope you all are well filled up because we're going to be doing a little bit of exercise. If you'll follow me back out into our forest over there. Oh, actually, scatterbrain me. Let's go back to your cabin real quick. We need to make a quick pit stop, and then we can continue with the activity.
Oh, okay.
So,
I'm sure it's had a chance to air out since we were there before meditation.
oh gosh, I certainly hope so. Well, we'll just be a quick in and out. I'll tell you what, as you're walking down the path over to it, all of the other attendants are laughing and chatting with everyone else there. It seems to be a bubbly, wonderful mood, sort of like something out of a fairy tale. You go over to your cabin, and Malcolm says, now, I want each of you to go through your belongings and find that special item that we talked about in the yurts, and go ahead and grab it and take it with us. I think for Miss Talia, it was your box of baby teeth. For Mr. Boren, it was that lovely stethoscope. Miss Coakley had a very dangerous pocket knife. And what was yours, Mr. Kuntz? I can't quite.
The pendant.
Wonderful. You already have it with you. Terrific.
I was too.
And Mr. Canavan, can you go get your sketch pad for me, please?
Yeah, and I give Nick and Talia and Karen a wide-eyed look of absolute horror. I'm going to go over and I'm going to attempt, hopefully not observed, to pull out the latest pages of my
Okay, give me a stealth roll.
my book.
Oh, and wouldn't you know, it smells fresh as day in here.
And an 80.
What was that? Oh, James, did you happen to rip one of your pages?
I may have.
Well, that's okay. We won't need to worry about that for very long. Go ahead and grab it and take it with us. That's the beautiful thing about art. We can always create more and improve each time.
I'm just going to stand there frozen.
James, are you feeling all right?
I've worked on this for 2 years.
Well, these are the material attachments that are keeping you weighed down. You trusted me earlier to share some of those hard feelings you've been going through. This is one of those things. It is an anchor that is weighing you down. I would like you to gather it. The more precious and connected you are with it, the more meaningful and impactful this next exercise is.
Uh, I, I, I can't. There's no fucking way that I'm going to bury this in the ground.
James, those don't sound like particularly good vibes. Do you need some
Well,
extra assistance with this?
how is it that you're? This is not peaceful. This is tearing up my entire existence. I can't bury
In
this in the ground. No.
Sometimes, in order to build something new, we have to start fresh. If you want to plant a garden, sometimes you have to dig up the earth that is there so that something new and beautiful can grow from it.
Yeah, you can say everything that you like, but you don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
Now, James, I know that this is a difficult and vulnerable time for you, but we can't have you ruining everyone else's good vibes with all of this pronounced negativity and difficulty.
I'm going to pull the sheets back on my bed, shove it under the covers, and sit on it. I'm like, there's no way. Sorry, I'll pick something else. Here, my pencil.
But that isn't precious to you. This really needs to be something precious and meaningful to you, like Nicholas's amulet, like Karen's pocket knife. These are special items that are weighing you down that we need to learn to let go of if we ever want to grow to be more than we are right now.
Look, he can get a new trinket for his neck, and she can get a new pocket knife, but this is not replaceable.
And you can always draw new art.
But I can't get new baby teeth.
Exactly.
Yeah, but that's kind of creepy.
This is all part of letting go. Now, James, I won't have anyone insulting their precious items. This is becoming quite difficult. I'm sorry to hear this.
We just need to let things go. Look,
he's going to make
Malcolm
you bury
is such
these
a
things.
good man. I stabbed him with a pencil, and he doesn't hold it against me. He's let it go.
You
Thank
stabbed
you, Dr. Boren. It was a harmless accident. I didn't want anyone to worry about it, really. I surprised him whenever he was out taking a walk, and I went to guide him back to the meditation hall, is all. No hard feelings either way. I don't begrudge a table if I happen to stub my toe on it. It's just doing what tables do. It's just there. Now, James, I need you to stop being a table and start being a new person. I need you to take that picture that you tore out. You don't even have to get rid of the entire art book. It seems like that picture alone is what is really tying you down.
No, the whole book is filled with no. I'm going to pull it out.
James, let me help you with that. And I'm going to go over and try to get in between Malcolm and James and pull a bit of a switcheroo because it's probably half empty, right?
What?
The sketchbook is probably half empty.
No, it's probably almost all full. This is my graphic novel that I've been working on.
Well, I mean, all he needs is the cover and some pages. He doesn't have to do anything. So just be nice.
For it.
Okay, let's just. It's gonna be
Fine.
It's gonna be fine, James. Let me.
Fine.
Here's an idea. Why don't we trade? You take my pendant.
Sorry. No. I'll look. If that's what we have to do, then this is what we have to do.
Great. Okay. See, Malcolm, he feels better. He just,
You're right. Truly
Attachments.
appreciate your assistance here, Nicholas. Yes, sometimes the dearest attachments are the hardest to let go of. James, I need you to trust me. This is truly for your own good. We are trying to help you live a better life.
You don't want them to do what they did to the doctor.
Fine.
So, how deep is the hole, Malcolm?
Oh, not that deep. It depends on the... Oh, sorry, Kiana. I was in your way here. Tell you what, can you go get that item that you mentioned in the bonding yurt? And you all now see Kiana standing rather plainly in the doorway. She doesn't have any of that air about her as before. She seems slightly vacant. And she says, what was it? The necklace? That's right. Can you go get that necklace that you brought out before? I think it's in your bag. Okay. And she tromps in, not careful of her steps, and then sloppily opens the bag, tosses out some clothes, some sticks of incense, a lighter, various other things, and grabs the necklace haphazardly. All right, and we're going to the woods, right? Awesome. That's great. Lead the way, James. Oh, Malcolm. Fuck.
Yana, that was that necklace has something to do with your partner, right? Did you say you?
Yes, it is. Yeah. And she went through this too. I'm sure that she took something of mine and buried it out there too. And that might have been why.
Yeah.
Why? That might have been what led me here all along.
I think it was. Do you mind? I have, because because you and your partner have gone through this. I'd like to hang back and really get to know a little more about that. So let's let Malcolm get ahead on the trip to the woods. Okay.
Okay.
What's your partner's name?
Sarah.
How's Sarah these days?
Well,
has Sarah seemed normal? Has Sarah seemed smart and strong and good and like the partner that you married?
Exactly.
Or has she seemed vacant and ruined and damaged? Remember how Sarah is?
No, she seems good and she seems at peace. And I think that's what I've been missing.
Did you remember writing this note to yourself so that you would be okay when this happened?
I'm assuming while you're having this conversation, Malcolm is continuing to try and coax James off the bed with the sketchbook.
Oh, I thought they were marching ahead.
No, so far as I know, James is still sitting on the bed with the sketch thing. So Malcolm
I've gotten up.
Okay. So yes, as you all are walking out, sure, we can have this walking into the woods. I think I remember that. It ended up not being important. We can't hear.
Can't hear you, David. Who are you calling for?
Oh, sorry. Karen, Talia.
Yeah.
What? Kiana's having a hard time remembering how important her note is.
Oh gosh.
I'm gonna try to keep Malcolm from noticing while you remind her.
Oh, was it useful to you? That's nice. I'm really glad that I could do something helpful.
Well, yeah, look, have a look at it.
I'm gonna hustle ahead to distract Malcolm talking about my pendant so that he doesn't notice.
Sure. Mm-hmm. And she looks at it and sort of furrows her brow a bit. Mm-hmm. Sorry,
Listen to me. The world is cruel and you are worthless. And we are all going to die alone and sad and no one will remember you.
Karen, I'm really sorry that you feel that way. That sounds like a lot of hard negative emotions to keep buried down inside you.
Your partner is a meaningless shell of the woman that she used to be, and so are you. Wake up!
Go ahead and give me a social roll.
Persuade. Oh no. No, it's not worth it.
Okay. She just says, well, I'm sorry you have such negativity in your life and really hope that we can work to try and be better than that. I know you can be better than that.
Yeah, I just have to work on it. And I'm kind of shaking my head at Nicholas, like,
Yeah.
She's continuing to just walk out, has like half hanging on to the necklace as it's dangling from her hand. You all walk past the lake. It seems like there are other groups around in there, maybe alternating you for different activities, and leading out into the woods. Kiana helps guide you, and she says, no, it's just down here. I remember. And eventually, Malcolm and everyone will guide you to a small table with the purple tablecloth surrounded by shovels that are propped up on trees around it. Malcolm stands near the table and says, "Welcome, everyone. I know that we had some trouble getting out here, but that's perfectly fine. This next exercise is focused on letting go of attachments. Again, to conserve paper, we have the instructions laid out here, and I would ask you to read through these carefully. Sometimes you are your own best teacher in order to best understand how to think about these precious items and hold what is precious about them in your mind's eye, and realize those memories are already with you. They're a part of you, and you don't need that item to keep that memory alive. If you could please read through this here, I'll be standing by just for help in case anyone needs." Who would like to approach the table?
Me!
Okay. I am going to go out on a limb and assume that you are not holding your breath as you are doing so.
Why would I do such a silly thing as hold my
Right?
breath?
That just sounds silly.
What
Okay.
a silly thing to do. Letting go of attachments. Now let's get you deeper into the process of becoming your truest and most actualized self. We hope you brought the meaningful item you presented at the bonding yurt, because now here you will have your chance to realize that the value this item had brought you is timeless and incorporeal. Take a shovel from next to this stand and get to digging. When the hole is big enough, place your item of significance in it and bury it deep. Remember, you're letting go of your attachment to it, not your memories or its significance. What it offered you was never about its physical form. As you take your time digging and meditating, imagine your heart filling up with space for new, different things, new experiences, more growth. You're unattached. You're free. Now get started. You have 90 minutes.
And
this is reminding me of a very unpleasant room, this design.
as you are reading this, those symbols on the page are again moving and dancing around. It's really delightful. You wonder how they managed to accomplish that. And as you breathe in deeply, you feel even better reading through it and are looking forward to this new meditation. The rest of you, who would like to come next?
Didn't Dr. Boren read it aloud?
Oh, yes, but it's still part of the procedure in case of just hearing it, maybe hearing someone else's interpretation of those words. And so we need to read and make our own interpretations of them and decide what parts are the most meaningful to you. Kind of like reading Cormac McCarthy, you decide where to put the emphasis on those things, and then you read a nice story about a dad going on a walk with his son.
Yeah.
Yeah, very pleasant.
I'm grabbing a shovel and hitting Malcolm over the head with it and running.
Okay, I would like you to make a dexterity roll first to see if you can, or I tell you what, actually, I think stealth would be better if you want to try and get the jump on him.
I know that James wrote a note to me saying that he had planned on doing this. If I see him moving toward the shovel, could I possibly distract Malcolm with conversation?
Sure. In that case, how about everyone tell me where they are at during this time?
I also told Talia and
Yeah. So I would have been just a little bit behind Karen because what I was trying to do was move the teeth from my box and put them in my pocket.
Okay.
I
So-
also
Mhm.
will mention to everyone that I don't know about the invisible wall. I read it, but I don't understand it. So
Yeah, I mean,
Sure. So
I was
I-
behind James going to the purple table next. I've been working on breathing so that I could not inadvertently inhale again. So I
Well,
have my back.
so
I-
this is where I'm trying to understand. It sounds like James has been sort of whispering with the others and trying
I
to get a
actually
surprise
wrote a note.
attack ready.
I actually wrote it
Wrote
inside
note.
my thing, and I've been showing them.
Okay. So I should just ask from the outset then, is everyone on board with this surprise attack strategy?
Yes.
I expressed my concern about the numbers involved.
Yeah.
But I'm, I didn't know that he was going to just do it willy-nilly, and I'm just preparing to hold my breath.
Okay. So in this case, everyone give me your dexterity, please.
47.
45.
58.
47.
Ooh, okay. So that's Talia, Karen, 47.
Notebooks.
Borat is 44. Borat, not Borat. Jesus.
Borat.
My wife sent me here.
Surprise!
And James, you said 50 something?
58.
Okay. And so Malcolm, not even to worry about metagaming, has a dexterity of 75. So in order to sort of facilitate this sneak attack, which I love the plan of beating an innocent person to death with shovels, let's
I was
say
just going to hit him and run.
okay, we'll see
Try
how
to
far that
keep him.
goes. And so Russell is reading through this and feeling very good. Nicholas is approaching the table, holding his breath and preparing to try and go through it. The rest of you sort of just fast talk with Malcolm, saying it's like, oh yeah, no, I got it, and move over to get your shovels and sort of assume various positions to start digging. And you sort of put your shovels down into the ground a bit. Malcolm is a bit lost, and it's like, oh, wait, so hang on, that isn't the way this is supposed to work. And James, you get to roll brawl.
Okay.
As he's sort of overwhelmed, and he's just going to miss or be surprised for this initiative.
Okay. If you'd asked me to do stealth, and I would have had to have spent.
If it was
spent
just
some-
you, I would have asked for stealth, but since it's multiple of you, I'm going to say you can get the drop on him.
I got 17 out of 46. That's a hard.
Okay. This shovel is very sturdy, and it does a D8 plus damage bonus.
I hope I don't kill him.
Yeah, D8.
Where's my
He'll be divine.
I did a 6.
Okay. How much health does he even have left? Because somebody happened to do 4 damage, I think, hitting an artery on him. Let me double check.
I'll probably knock him unconscious. Then.
Well, it depends on how deep that unconsciousness is, though. Okay. Great. So, as Malcolm says, that's not the way that this is supposed to. Bam!
Bonk.
This back of the shovel hits him, and you hear a crunch as it hits his head, and he goes face down on the ground. And Dr. Boran, you see a nice pool of red flowers beginning to spread out as if he's taking a nap in a wonderful garden.
Such lovely flowers they have around here.
And the rest of you can roll sanity,
Yeah.
Even me?
especially you.
Because I'm not looking
you
at him.
just
I'm
killed the
running
guy.
by this time.
Yeah, you just murdered him.
All right, passed.
Pass.
Fuck, I passed too.
It's
where is it?
1 or a D6.
I passed. Yeah.
Wow, y'all are cold-blooded.
Well, no, she's going to destroy 2 years of my life. Fuck
And you
that.
killed all of his life.
Well, I didn't mean to. I just meant to knock him. Like in the movies, knock him out.
That's the thing about the movies.
I'm not staying to look. I am running as fast as I can for that.
I'm trying to gain some perspective here. I can't stop you, James. You're leaving, but I'm going to try to grab Talia and Nicholas. We need to be logical about this. We need to hide this body. I don't think anyone's noticed yet.
Yeah, we can't dig a deep enough hole for that. Are there in the spades of Earth that have come up, are there worms or insects?
The Earth is very moist and damp, and I will say that you are alone in this forest for 90 minutes, and there are 3 of you. If you would like to try digging a shallow grave, that might be feasible.
Yeah. Let's use some of the Jesus Christ. Hey, Russell?
Yeah.
Kiana? Why don't you guys tell each other some stories? We're gonna dig our holes extra deep, right over here behind this shrub.
I don't know that we have
time. Malcolm
Is there
okay?
He's just napping. Look, he's napping these nice flowers.
He's planting new flowers.
Oh, that's right. You're right. Oh, that's nice.
How
Are
far?
we in the area near the trees? Could we just drag this body into the forest? I don't know that we have time.
Yeah, I think they're among the holes. These shallow graves are in the forest. Yes.
Yes.
I'm wondering if we can't use the little mounds that are already here to help cover up the fact that there's been
I see what you're saying.
Fresh stuff.
You know what would be the best is if you could cut them into smaller pieces and then disguise those underneath several other of those little mounds.
That'd be a good sanity roll there.
How
how far are we from the lake?
Listen, James is run. Where do we even know
that's
where James
actually
is
a great
to?
point. James, you are booking it through this forest, dodging through trees, running to escape. And all of a sudden, your nose crunches against something that you can't see. Take 3 points of damage as you ran into something. You can't see anything. Your nose is squishy and blood is trickling and running down your chin. You definitely shattered it. And as you're happening to look up, you see floating in midair is a slight red spot hovering, sitting on nothing. And now you can roll some more sand.
Yeah. I might 55. That's my sand. That's a fail.
Okay. So that's D6. I'll roll damage, but I'm not going to roll sand. That's more fun.
5.
Oh, lovely. What's that intelligence looking like?
Where's my intelligence? Oh, there it is. I got 53 out of 53.
Oh,
so I know that this is the invisible wall.
You barely grasp it. Your is racing, maybe just from the blunt force trauma that just hit it. However, you realize that this is real. This is happening. You are trapped in here in a force field with these crazy people, and you just murdered one of them. And you are going to be panicking for the next... Well, I rolled a 6 on that D10, so it would be 6 hours until you run into someone else, maybe. And I'm going to say that you are suffering from a severe bout of claustrophobia and feeling trapped like a rat in a cage.
So can I make the logical assumption that there's got to be a way out, which would be the way that we came in if there was a road? So I'm heading, now I'm probably skirting around the dome towards the buildings to see if I can find the hole out.
Sure.
But I'm doing this in a freaking panic.
Yeah, taking your shovel, I'm imagining you are running and like hitting this dome.
I dropped the shovel.
Oh, okay. So then just with your hand, you're running around the side in a yellow wallpaper type fashion and trying to find the exit to this and going south because you know that's towards the car park. You know you walked in this direction.
Yeah.
And that's where we'll leave you for a second. The rest of you three stooges, what you doing with this body?
We just need to find a way to cover it up quickly. I think, honestly, this note about the meditation hall, I think that might be worth investigating, but we need to act fast because James running off is going to attract a lot of attention.
Yeah, he's going to get the Panopticon's going to notice him screaming and running around. And I assume, hi, sorry, Kiana, you don't still have that extra key, do you?
What key?
That's what I thought.
Do you need me to help you find something?
If
I've
you
got
could,
I've got some skills. I might be able to get it open.
I
Yeah.
wanted to
Man
make
with
you
the
have an
keys is
idea.
dead
Roll-
on the ground.
Thank you. Yes, I wasn't going to make you have an idea. Those keys pointing at the dead man.
good point. Okay. Yeah. Do you want a fun game, Russell, Kiana, digging deep
Oh.
holes? Let's see if we can find some more magic under the ground. And I'll try to encourage.
Oh, that's not
them
what the
to-
instructions said to do. The instructions said I have to bury my stethoscope.
Well, you got to
Yeah.
dig a hole first to bury it.
Yeah, let's take a big one and see if we can
Oh.
plant more beautiful flowers.
Okay. I will commence digging.
Just
And reflecting on this meditation and really realizing how much you can let go and all of the good from this item and none of the bad attachments that are coming with it.
I'm gonna look
Feel
around.
free.
Is they're like a bush that kind of like has its branches and stuff kind of hanging down onto the ground that I could conceivably just shove this body underneath.
That sounds like a luck roll. What kind of forest is this?
Island.
It is an unlucky forest. That's what it is.
These are pure, straight, tall trees. The roots don't even spread out. That's how it's so easy to dig around here. No
Yeah.
undergrowth to worry about.
If we only lost about 10 minutes. If we assume that we've got 8, we can use 60 of the 80 remaining minutes before we try to get out of here, before we try to find a way into the. Let's
That's true.
just
You're right.
dig.
They won't
It's hot.
expect us to. Although I'm worried about if James is running around screaming, they're going to come looking for us sooner than that.
Just throw him a little bit out of the way. I mean, they're going to notice he's missing. It's not going to be like, oh, well, he's nowhere around.
Let's not dig a deep enough hole to put him in. Let's dig a deep enough hole to cover him with the dirt that we're taking out of the hole.
Okay, yeah, let's do that.
Fucker. Do you think that they're all drugged too? They seem not as dopey as, you know.
You're the psychologist. Can you tell?
Right. Can I try that, Keeper? Do I
Sure.
think that he was, I mean, I've met, what's her name? Kim. Kim said she was my psychology is not very good, but I rolled a hard success anyway.
Okay, so what are you hoping to suss out?
I'm trying to figure out whether the staff has swallowed the, as they say, Kool-Aid, although it was actually a different powdered beverage. Does Kim and Malcolm, did they believe that this was a beautiful thing? Or are they out of their gourds?
They seem, you wouldn't necessarily call it out of their gourds. They seem insistent and truly sincere in trying to share these things, that they are being completely honest, that they had a major life-changing event here, and it has really shaped them for the better. And they have been nothing but sunshine and rainbows since. And it's that hyper-polite insistence that you're tempted to say that they're off their gourd, but you don't see any actual signs of like pathological denial or potential illness of some sort.
They're happy cultists who want to inculcate what's happened to them and to others.
Right. And it's not necessarily that like they're trying to share the good news, is that they truly feel happy and want others to feel the same happiness.
Yeah, they're like,
Whereas Kiana seems out of her gourd and seems unable to actually process negativity. Seems to have fractured memories.
Which is what happened to her partner.
yeah. Whereas I'm still throwing dirt on top of this body.
But Russell is different from Kiana. Like the two of them kind of give us different.
Sure.
vibes.
Russell seems like he's having a very lovely trip. He's laughing and giggling. Even the flower note is he seems to potentially be hallucinating or something. But like he seems to have all of his faculties. He just refuses or is not able to really recognize or really put any stock in negativity because he's past that now.
I feel like maybe we could still reach Russell. Speaking of Russells, where did the other Russell go?
You know, that's really funny. You haven't seen him for a while.
I can use his ass digging.
There's an other Russell. I totally forgot. I'm sure he's having a lovely time.
Dr. Boren, would you come and talk with me for a minute? I think
Of
just gonna
course.
Give it one more try. Come
What
and sit
do
with me
you-
for a moment and read this beautiful poetry.
Wow. Oh, a poem.
Could you
Tell
perhaps
him about
recite it
beautiful
as a
flowers.
sort of slam poetry
Yes.
to really try and get to him?
Yes. Let's see.
Right.
If you don't mind if I read this aloud.
Oh, that would be lovely.
Oh,
People are dangerous. Everyone back home has forgotten all about you, and that's why they are not responding to the money that you're sending to them. They've moved on. They don't care about you anymore. They used you up for everything you were good for, and now they've moved on to happier lives without you. Children die
halfway-
every day. In fact, maybe your children are dead right now.
halfway through her saying that, I just slap him in the face because I'm sick of this shit. I'm like, hard enough to try and knock his glasses off if he's out of his gear.
Okay, go ahead and roll me a D3 plus damage bonus. And Karen, roll me a social skill.
No, that's the wrong way to.
I'm very, very close. I will spend the luck for Boren. Yes, if you'll allow it, I will spend the it's a 4 luck. Yeah.
So you feel like he is so far gone, you will need an extreme success to try and get
All right.
through to him through this haze.
Okay.
Yeah, that's all. My family's not a concern to me.
I will do it for him. I will do it for Russell. If I feel like I could actually reach him, I will do it for him. I will spend the 48 luck.
Jesus. And 1 point from my slap.
Yes, and yes, so the slap also helps, but it's more like with the slap, Russell, you happen to just see the look in Karen's eyes and that insistence, and it reminds you of something back home, something you're forgetting, that people do care about you and that you've lost them. And they may not care about you anymore.
They don't need me anymore. What am
Of course
I?
they need you, Russell. I was just
What
trying
am
to
I
snap you
supposed
out
to
of it.
do now?
We get the hell out of here is what we do.
All right. Yeah.
Sorry about that.
Ah. That's okay. Ah.
And now you see the dead body. And he wasn't
Oh my
napping in a
God.
wonderful.
Yeah.
What the
Yeah.
fuck did you guys do to this guy?
Can you blame
well,
us?
Oh, Jesus.
yeah.
We didn't. It wasn't.
Is he dead? I mean, I'm gonna go check.
Yeah, sure. You can go over to him. No roll required. There is no pulse.
I'd have tried first aid if he hadn't. First, you didn't hear you heard the crunch, but you were fucking out of it. Can we finish putting sod over this poor bastard? And we need to make it to the meditation lodge. Kiana.
No, look, you guys. This place is surrounded by something. Like, we can't leave.
Yeah, the note's right about that.
That's look. I insisted that Kiana show me, and that's where they got us. We were right up against that.
So we need
wall, and they came for us.
We need to move around behind the fucking yurts and sneak into the back of the meditation hall before they come to look for us.
Kiana speculated that it's somewhere in the staff rooms. That's where we need to go. But when we don't show up for a next scheduled bonding,
We have some
whatever.
Well, I thought the meditation hall is where she said there was a secret passage.
The staff did not want us going into their spaces.
They took me. They brought me into a room and pumped something.
Yeah.
Into this.
Yeah, I bet the staff rooms is where they keep their torture devices and punishment areas. But the meditation hall is where she thought there was a secret passage.
Yeah, so there's a room underneath it, according to the note.
Well, I passed my sanity for the corpse with the 46. So 1 point on the pass.
Sure. Actually, no. Just seeing a dead body. You're a doctor. You've done this before.
Okay, yeah,
you didn't actually see the death. That's, I think, the more sanity blasting part of it.
Okay.
Yeah, we do have to hustle, though, because they're going to pick Jim up.
Yeah. Let's go.
Oh, where did he go?
He just ran off that way.
Running. I think he must have tried to go running for an exit or something.
I think he ran off to the sun. I think it's south. So I think we want to go around north to get behind the meditation
These people
hall.
are stronger than they look. All of them.
I believe it.
Yoga makes you.
Did you actually stick a pencil in Malcolm?
I did. They were dragging Kiana off. They were reaching for me. I had the pencil.
Why you and not Kiana? Or why Kiana and not you? Look at her.
Is he okay? Does he need a doctor?
I am a doctor.
I feel like he shouldn't be sleeping so long. We still have things to do.
Malcolm,
I'm gonna go get help.
Hey, Kiana, I'm a doctor. Look. Remember, they talked to me about my medical expertise. I am here to help.
Yeah. And remember,
where do you remember where they brought you?
I remember waking up in a beautiful, bright room, and then they led me out, and I saw you all. It feels like I just woke up from a nap. Oh, really nice one.
Well, that's good. How about you? I think you look really tired. I think as a doctor, I think you need to go lay down for a minute.
Go ahead and give me a persuade.
All right. 09. That's an extreme success.
Ooh.
Well, if you're a doctor, then I guess that would be nice. Plus, I'll be more rested for stuff later. Okay.
Yeah,
I'll be back in the cabin if you need anything.
Don't tell anybody about this, though. This is our secret between us and Malcolm.
No, their
secrets are fun.
Secrets are very, very fun. Just go. Yeah, you go take a nap. Doctor's orders.
Okay.
It's part of our group bonding.
Team
You're doing
building
a great
exercise.
Mm-hmm.
All right. And she sort of steps off absentmindedly.
If we can't get her out of here, I'm going to feel extremely bad. But I think we need to move clockwise to the north as soon as possible. Are we all in agreement?
Yes.
No.
We got it. We're digging a hole?
No.
Is this
We covered him up. I mean,
oh,
Yeah, we're digging enough. We're digging up the soft earth above other people's precious items. There's a gold watch in one of these holes. I'm going to take it.
Give me luck.
mhm.
Could go either way after all. No, 96. I have found very bad things.
You find a Timex instead of a
Oh.
Rolex.
Still ticking.
But right, we take the loose
if only
earth.
somebody buried their prized pistol in a nice pristine case, but
That would have
alas,
been
no
nice.
such luck.
Yeah.
Best
So-
we got is a knife and some shovels.
James is, I suppose, gone.
Mhm.
They'll let the fence.
I
But I
don't
have a
think he
feeling
made it out of
if they
here.
grab him, they're going to take him to where we are going anyway. But
And
let's
where
get
you
there on
are.
our own terms.
And on that note, we're going to flash back as a drone shot of James running with his hands in some sort of a sick mime game, trying to follow along and find an edge or a door around in this giant shell. You get back to the path that you walked up on your way here just this morning. You see signs for Heartland Hills just right ahead, and you are banging on this dome, and it is not giving.
I'm picking up a big sharp rock and banging on it as well to
Okay.
see if it cracks.
Go ahead and roll me strength.
31 out of 42.
Okay. You are giving it all of your might, and you are smashing and banging. And the sound that this makes isn't like the bone echoing of glass. It is this deep, muffled, just a vibration.
Thud.
And this, and you can hear only the slightest reverberating out. It seems silent. This seems more crystalline than glass.
I panicked. I'm out of my mind. I'm looking around to see if I see anybody, and then I'm going to continue to feel along the wall in that direction.
Okay, so
I don't
you
know
want
what
to
to do.
continue running around the clock?
Yeah.
Okay. Let me
Is
double check.
is there a path that we came up? So I'm actually on
Yes.
the path, but now there's a
You
wall.
are on the path that you came up this morning.
I'm going to try and get down on my hands and knees and dig under it
Oh, that's a good idea.
because I'm freaking panicked with the rock in my hand.
Sure. So as you taking this rock and chipping it down into the dirt, I want you to go ahead and give me another. I want you to give me a strength roll for trying to climb or like dig through all of this with your bare fingers. And if you want to have reckless disregard, you can have a bonus die on this.
Okay. Well, I am using the rock,
Okay.
but the rock's sharp. I am holding on to it. I got a 50 in this case out of 42, so I didn't.
Okay. So you are still digging down and trying to burrow your way through it. The rock is starting to become slick in your hands, and the dirt is getting softer somewhat as you realize that your hands are bleeding as you continue trying to hack your way through it. What's worse is that this dome seems to be coming from underground. The further down you dig, you're moving dirt away
It's
and
still
watching
there.
it continue going like a giant eggshell.
Am I at least a little bit coming out of it? The panic?
Sure, I think you've been screaming your head out for so long that like you're now reaching that oxygen deprivation and maybe needing to find a way. If you can't get out, what am I going to do?
As I look down at my bloody hands and drop
Take a
the
point of
rock,
damage for that too.
Okay. As I look down at my bloody hands and then look back towards where I came from, I realized that somewhere along the way, I dropped my sketch pad. So now I don't know what the fuck to do.
You've been working for years for that.
Yeah,
But
but I'm trapped. I'm running back for the sketch pad. I've got to find it.
okay. So the camera is going to flash up as you are moving back around counterclockwise this time. As you are approaching where the other members of the group is, we see them also moving counterclockwise, moving just far enough away from you as they are heading north.
I should be able to find it because it's bright yellow.
Sure. I'll give you a spot hidden in a bit. It's going to be just retracing your steps more.
All right.
All right. And the four of you are moving in through the forest, getting closer to the meditation hall. You can see it in through the trees.
Okay. We get closer, of course, going to start like looking at there's a tree and kind of like, be stealthy. Essentially,
Everyone can give me a group stealth roll. And potentially, if someone wants to roll spot hidden to keep a lookout, I'll give a bonus die on that stealth roll.
So group stealth rolls, whoever has the lowest stealth?
Yes.
I have 35.
I have 32.
Base also.
Ugh.
I'll do the spot hidden because I don't have the luck to spend on the stealth.
I have great disguise, so maybe I'll put some shrubbery in front of my.
Do you want to put on Malcolm's clothes and try and pass off as him? I don't know if you have enough hair to put into a man bun, but could be convincing.
They're all okay.
I don't think we had the presence of mind to undress him. We took his keys, but
yeah,
I don't want to retcon that. It's a good idea.
Oh, I'm just trying to think of morbid things to say, oh yeah, if you really wanted. Okay, so I'll tell you what, since Karen does not have the luck to spend, Nicholas, go ahead and roll me that stealth. Karen, you can roll me a spot hidden to give him on a success. That. Okay, you got that?
Oh, 15 on my base 20.
Wow.
Okay.
I will spend 5 to make that hard.
You don't even need to. Okay. As Karen is taking a look, doesn't see anything, gives that go, go, go. And you all can hustle right into the meditation hall. It is empty.
Okay. So Karen, I guess we're looking for any doors. We're trying to go down, right? That's what her note said.
It's a basement. Yeah. Now, I don't know if it's an outdoors basement, like a cellar situation.
Right. We were going around the trees, so I assume if it was a storm cellar sort of thing, we'd have seen those external doors.
You see that there is another door that you went into the main area of this meditation hall, but off towards what would be the right-hand side of the building, there seems to be a separate sort of adjoined room.
Yeah. Let's and the incense is not burning in here currently?
If you go inside the main hall, you can still get that faint whiff of it, but it is not currently burning.
All right, so we didn't have to go to the main hall. We're going through some antechamber.
It depends. You can go into whatever door you want.
Right. We want to go through whatever looks like it might lead to a cellar, and we have keys.
Yes.
Yeah.
There is a storm door on the back side that seems to be a separate adjoining room. As you can take the keys and open it carefully, peeking inside, you can see that behind this heavy-duty storm door is a room that looks very familiar to Dr. Boren. It's a small enclosed space that has various sitting mats and yoga paraphernalia things over the wall. There are various posters with platitudes like "Embrace the Light" and other chakra alignment charts inside of there. Russell, your tapestry has been replaced.
Oh, they brought me into here. Be careful, they can really bar this door behind us if they know we're down here.
So this is where the discipline happens.
This is where my discipline happened. I don't know where they took Yana.
How big?
They pumped something in through the vent.
Yeah. How big is the room?
It's maybe, let's call it 10 by 10. It's just comfy.
Just going to do a
quick... I mean, from what Kiana said, I think this is where you come for your final meditation.
Yeah, I'm just going to do a quick walkthrough, push on the walls, looking for like false wall, because we're looking for steps down, and I don't want to hang out here.
Go ahead and give me a spot hidden roll.
Come on, dice. Ooh, 50, which is a pass.
All right,
Regular.
great. So as you are sort of tossing the place and looking for potential catches for secret doors, looking up under the mats, you don't find any stairs that would lead down into what would be a storm cellar. But what you do find are various odd sigils are carved into the ceilings and walls and floors. Underneath each of the seating mats is another one of those sigils that was like on those instructions that you were reading. There's some on the ceiling. Behind every object in this room, it's practically surrounded with them.
Yeah.
And as you're looking, you feel this slight bearing down, and it seems to move, fluctuating on the floor.
Oh, we need to get out of here.
I don't think it's the incense. It's almost like it's. Oh,
More
you
than
feel
the
watch
incense.
and something pressing on you.
yeah.
Not in an unpleasant way, though.
Right.
No, this is where the flower is. No, we need to go. I'm leaving. I'm going back out.
Yeah. What's the like? There's nothing in that room that's like that's made of strong metal, right? There's nothing like a
No, it's yoga mats, cotton pillows, wooden sculptures, a hang in there, baby cat poster.
Oh,
yeah. Let's hustle out. We need to find. So there were a couple doors from the meditation hall, right? There was a restroom and there was something else.
Yes.
Let's try that one.
Okay. You can use the keys to go into there. This is the staff bedroom section. You can see that there are a few bunks that are slightly more comfortable than the ones that you were on in the cabins before, and a door that is off on the right-hand side that reads for the guru's office. Using the keys to open through that, you can see that this is a small but tidy office with those sort of wooden fake logs creating the interior of it. More posters of things are adorning the walls. Things like, "We are all energetic beings. Spread the love. We are all made of light." And then on top of the desk is a tray that has everyone's contact info on it, as well as a roster, sort of like if you've been in your courses where there would be a photo and then a name to flip through for each of the group assignments.
Good. But not our phones.
As you are tossing through the desk, you can find the basket that you had put all of your phones in. Clicking them on, there is zero signal in here. And you had signal when you arrived this morning.
Yeah, no, they've shut us down, but at least we could take pictures this way. Okay. And the roster, is it like a grid? Does it designate different things for different persons or anything?
Each page has one of the attendants and then a list of names and numbers underneath. It was probably what Sage was reading from earlier. As you are tossing through the desk, folks can go ahead and make me a spot hidden roll as they're tossing this office as well.
93. I am not focused on this at all.
77.
I think this is still just too much after seeing that room you were in. You're just shell-shocked.
100.
Oh, Jesus. I just barely passed.
Okay. So as you are, let's say Karen is continuing to go through the desk, you find one of the drawers contains a box of curious incense. It seems to have this light pinkish kind of hue to the stick rather than the typical brown of everything, sort of like a strawberry pocky stick or something. And as you are going through, you find that there's a false bottom in another one of the drawers that just had mundane paperwork in it. Inside of this is a steel box, like a banking, accounting box. The keys don't open. You try the keys in it, and it doesn't open this one, though.
Nicholas, did you find any keys when you were tossing through this desk?
Not yet. I would look for something taped under something. These people seem like they're not bright.
I'll just take my
And
pocket knife and
Talia,
start trying to.
as you are searching through the closet of the room, you see that there is a stainless steel storage cabinet tucked into the back corner of this office. And as you sort of open it up, you're in a rush trying to go through things. You see various cleaning supplies like the rubber gloves and goggles and things, and you happen to be a little bit ungraceful with one of the cups of sulfuric acid. So that is going to be 3 points of acid damage as it continues eating through your arm and hand when it fell. And this room now smells wretched.
I'll give myself a pal to make sure it's trying to suppress yelling out.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, fucking shit!
First aid, what to do?
There's got to be a first aid kit. It's probably in the
Do I
restroom or
have the
something.
knowledge?
You have the power. Yes, I think you especially should have the first aid able. And there is a first aid kit in the staff area of this room.
35 is one shy of a hard for first aid. I'll spend a point of
that's
luck
fine.
to get a hard.
You
save.
can,
Okay.
yeah. So you can essentially get into the kit and find a basic something in it. Like maybe it's just some capsules that you know that the packing ingredient is basic. So put that, dust it over the wound, sanitize, and keep it. So you can add a point to your HP, Talia, and it's no longer eating away at your flesh.
God damn it!
Here,
However,
take these
this
painkillers.
place does stank now.
Yeah.
Also, you were shouting, so we should now.
Yeah.
Is the little metal box I found easy enough to just carry with me?
Yes.
The
It's-
basement's clearly not here.
Sure. It's heavy though. It's kind of weirdly heavy.
Yeah, I had like my pocket
Is it-
knife. I was trying to jimmy the lock.
You want to
a little
try?
bit.
Do you
Is it-
have lock picking or anything you can try and do with that?
I have some lock picking. It's not incredible, but at least
I do too. Maybe I can try to help you with that.
Yeah, I'll toss it to you then.
We've got a desk here, so there's paper clips and stuff.
Sure. Or I'm assuming it's a Swiss Army knife, so you can use that great corkscrew attachment for tactical wine opening.
We can just pour acid on it.
That might work.
Oh, I rolled my locksmith exactly 21 for 21.
All
Twice
right.
we've done that.
So yes, using first like getting a paper clip to sort of prop it in there and then getting that corkscrew to twist it in, you hear that lock satisfyingly open. Inside is a gray square, looks like a rock, kind of. As you pick it up, it glows extremely brightly. And you see that it seems to be like a slate cover of a book. It feels jagged, though, around the exterior. I'll need a sand roll for the whole book lighting up when you touch it.
50's good.
This is where my sanity goes. No.
Okay,
It's D8.
so that's
Oh, all of
one.
us are doing it. Sorry.
Yes,
09.
it's
correct. Yes,
0,
okay.
1. Okay.
Okay.
All right. In this book, as you open it up, and especially after you hold it, it smells kind of like that incense.
Mm.
And I need everyone to make me a con
Okay.
roll as this perfume begins flooding the room.
Oh, heck.
15 is a hard success. Barely.
Oh, 8.
I got the
Okay.
shit dice today.
Karen, you're succeeding. Finally, this is all working out and being so good.
Hmm.
James,
Guys, we're doing it.
Yeah, together.
this will
Wrong
all work
attitude.
out. James, as you're running around through the forest trying to search and find your notebook, you're losing track of time at this point. You know you were running along the border. You're pretty sure that you ran past where you first came in, and so you doubled back and are trying to search through. As you mentioned before, the book is bright yellow, so you're able to spot it amid some leaves and detritus. And as you pick it up, you start hearing some voices calling out. Malcolm? Malcolm, where'd you bring your group to? What do you do?
when I was running up this direction, did I see them going in that direction?
I don't necessarily think so, because you're
Okay.
both sort of in these thick woods.
Okay.
So the good news is that the woods are thick enough that they didn't hear you whenever you were running.
I'm going to get with the largest tree between me and them and just, keep my back up against it and listen for footsteps in the leaves. And I know it's kind of silly, but I'm going to try to do the thing where if I hear the leaves over here, then I'm going to move over here and try and stay on the opposite side of the tree. I'm terrified.
All right, I can dig it. As you are keeping your breath slow, your heart is pounding in your chest, and you hear Sage's voice call out, Malcolm? Oh my goodness. This is terrible. I can't believe... And Kiana was already fine. It must be the rest of them. Listen, Kim, David, we really need to help these people. It seems like they are too far gone to even try to step onto the path, and we need to find them and help at least bring them part of the way to enlightenment. But we can't afford to let this sort of cruelty back out into the world, that people would be so unkind to murder another human being who was only trying to help them. And you hear them say yes in the affirmative, and you hear those steps begin wandering off. You still hear Sage seems to be murmuring quietly over the body, like some sort of chant almost. And if you want to try, you can stay here if you want and hope that she leaves, or you can try and roll stealth you can hear where her chanting is and trying to shimmy on that side of the tree. You can get a bonus die on the stealth since she seems to be occupied.
Okay. What I'll do too is I'll slip my shoes off.
Okay.
Thinking that I can be quieter that way. Stealth is 41. I got 42 on the first roll and 006 on the second. So,
well, taking your shoes off was definitely what did the trick, as you're able to feel your foot sort of step on top of twigs that might have broken underneath the sole of your shoe. But with that sensory input, you can keep that pressure light enough so you don't dramatically snap a twig as you're trying to get away. You feel this chanting get dimmer and dimmer as you continue making your way. You feel like you might be able to see a trail through the leaves as a group may have come through in a similar way. If you want to start trying to follow it, or where would you be going?
Well, it makes sense that I'm not thinking about which way they went, but I'm thinking about which way I don't want to go, which is back towards the camp. So I'm now coming, I guess, around the way they went, going towards the meditation hall.
Sure. Stepping lightly. And you happen to notice that as you are clutching your sketch pad tightly with your hands, your blood is starting to seep onto the pages and quite literally bleed into your artwork. The rest of you.
In my jacket.
The rest of you.
Give me that.
What? Why do you? No need to be so harsh.
Do you hear yourself?
How strongly are we feeling the vibes from this exposure?
I think everyone else passed their constitution rolls. It's just Karen is.
I did
you
not.
didn't?
No.
Okay, so Karen and Talia are feeling some vibes. It seems if you were to put it in strangely quantitative terms, you have at condition 1 of vibe.
We did not come this far for you to go back off into La La Land. You're not Alice. This is not the rabbit hole. Get
your fucking shit together, people.
What?
There's a murder. There's a fucking nightmare scenario. We're trapped inside this fucking hellhole with these maniacs. Get your fucking shit together. Is there a name on this book or anything? Is there writing in this?
So there is writing in the book, and Karen and Talia can give me a POW roll for being, verbally
Abused?
insulted
Being
again.
harshed.
Hard success.
Okay.
Pass.
All right. That's right. Keep it together. Keep it together.
Oh gosh.
Thank you. Sorry to be so
let's get this
shitty.
out. Let's get this outside.
No,
because
we need to
being in
get
the
out of
enclosed
here. Where the
space-
fuck is that basement?
So, unlike most tomes, this one is written in English. The material of it seems extremely odd, but there is paper inside of this sort of slate-like exterior. As you are reading through it, you find a particular page has been dog-eared slightly and seems to be the one most recently consulted.
Remember your negativity, people. Stay negative. This is bullshit.
Everything sucks.
None more negative.
We're going to see if this, on destroying the bismouth, the Society of Energetic Being operates primarily through the creation of bismouths in different areas in order to integrate people through it in a transformational and safe space. When the retreat is concluded, the bismouth can be destroyed and moved to a different area where new people can sign up and join the society. The bismouth should either be destroyed by a strong guru or a group of weaker initiates, as it requires inner strength and resolve. Anyone but the main caster could suffer casualties. Beware, do not destroy the bismouth before all attendees have been integrated, as anyone in the pre-integration phase will instantly become less susceptible to the society's influence and could compromise the great cleansing of vibes. Fuck. The ritual to destroy a bismouth follows. Obtain a corrosive substance, got that, and place at least a cup and a safe container on your person. Enter the bismouth center holding such substance. Repeat the chant to release the bismouth and continue until the creature has melted. Chant. Bismouth, I release you from your benevolent cause. I thank you for consuming all negative flaws. You are cleansing humanity from filth it prescribes. You are truly creating the greatest of vibes. Now select a new location far away from this one for your next retreat. Spend some time preparing it and start again. Namaste. The flying fuck is this? Okay.
Hashtag namaste.
Okay, so we get the sulfuric acid.
Right.
I don't. This is insane. But here, let's just. I want to just dump the acid on this book.
Yeah,
we need the chant, I think.
We want to copy the chant, but we want to. If it's paper and it burns, I'm all for it. But there's a creature downstairs. There's a thing.
Yeah, we need to move. Just get the sulfuric acid in. This is insane.
Yeah, can we? You said there was a cup of sulfuric acid, and that's how it was that Talia injured herself. Is there a bottle or more than one? Is there a carboy?
Well, let's see. Give me a luck roll to see how much acid you still have left.
Anybody feeling lucky? I rolled a 68, which is not lucky.
Oh, I feel
maybe there's a utility closet somewhere in the building.
There might still be some in our cabin.
Yeah, it's pretty far off. They're going to start. I mean, they have to be on the hunt.
It says a corrosive substance. Can I think of any corrosive substance that would be in this first aid kit?
I like where your head's at.
I have medical knowledge.
I think, can you, okay, so we're going to play the chemistry game. You can certainly mix and match other substances in with this to supplant the necessary amount of corrosive substance. However, I will want someone to give me a chemistry roll.
I'm good at chemistry.
Okay, make sure you don't accidentally make mustard gas or something.
Roll well, Talia.
No. When have I not rolled well? All right. 44 out of 46.
That'll do. So sure, you can take some, I don't know, bleach, other things. Yeah, like rubbing alcohol, bleach, or other cleaning substances and pour them together. And you're pretty sure this isn't going to be another kind of noxious gas.
I
Now,
think
James,
chlorine and alcohol is mustard gas.
This is why I haven't taken chemistry in a long time. So that's why people don't trust me around chemicals. But James, as you are in the woods approaching this building, you can see a couple of staff members are beginning to walk into the meditation hall. And you notice a sort of bright light has flashed from inside one of the small windows at the end of the building.
I'm going to run up to the small window and take a peek inside.
You can see the rest of them are scuttling about the room, trying to pour something into a piss yellow substance and talking amongst themselves. There's a book open on the table that's glowing like a bloody spotlight.
I'm going to tip, 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 tip on the window.
Shit.
People
James,
coming.
How big is the window? Is it?
It's small. You don't know
Like
if
a
you can
bathroom
necessarily
window?
climb
Yeah.
through it. Yeah.
Okay, we need to go.
Yeah, we need to go now.
And there's nothing in the drawers in this room like a weapon or anything, because these people are so full of love.
I mean, you have
I have
some
a knife.
keys. You have a pocket
Keys?
knife.
I have the shovel.
Was
Shovel?
there a lighter? Because they're lighting incense.
Yes.
So
There
yeah,
would definitely be lighters or matches.
I'll pick up something that can start a flame.
Okay. As you are sort of reaching to arm yourselves, you hear a door open and someone say, "What's that smell?"
I'm going
Oh.
to run around the side of the building, making screeching noises, and run past the doors that they just came through, so that I'll distract them and they'll follow me.
Okay.
I'll be running hysterically into the middle of the village.
That's perfect. So you all hear this madman going around the building. Those that are in the front, you could see maybe the shadows from like someone silhouetted in light. They turn and book it immediately after this, not even talking amongst themselves for it. So we're going to do a little bit of a chase to see how far you make it. Let's go here. So let's use.
I have my sketchbook inside my jacket.
So you got some
Sorry.
armor. You have half a point of armor.
Yeah.
So hot.
Well, I wouldn't let them shoot my book. I'd turn my back so they could shoot my back.
5. Okay. And so what is your move?
My move is 9.
Wow. Okay. So especially given your madness fueled run, you feel like you have maybe a point lead mechanically over them as they have a move of 8. So what do you want to do? Do you want to go ahead and roll con to sprint as far away from them as possible? If you want, you can consult the map and decide where you're running to.
I am running to is number 2 the where we live, where we sleep? Where are the employees' rooms?
Where the rest of the party is right now.
Oh, okay. I'll run towards the accommodations where we were staying.
Okay. Running out towards those cabins. Go ahead
Taking
and
orders.
yeah, give me a con roll.
Con roll, con. Oh, 71 out of 44.
Okay. Let's see.
I didn't see the rock. Ah!
Well, I mean, you have been running around back and forth trying to like find an edge to this, so you're finally getting winded. And You feel like they're catching up to you.
Okay.
They're right on your heels at this point, flanking you on either side, like yoga-crazed, healthy velociraptors.
Okay.
What do you want to do now? You're almost to the cabins.
I am going to try and swerve and avoid getting grabbed.
Okay. That sounds like, go ahead and give me a preemptive dodge roll, as you worry some of them may try to spear tackle you.
48 is, no, I got 29 in dodge. Nope, I'm not going to.
Okay. So we are going to give them. Okay. And so they're both sort of trying to go, one goes high, one goes low, and neither of them manage to get a solid hold on you. You can feel them sort of gripping, and they catch your hood with it, and your hood slips back out of their hands.
Okay.
And so you are still booking it. You're now in the midst of all of these cabins right now.
Okay. I'm looking for anything I can grab, like a shovel. I'm good with a shovel.
As we have seen.
But I'm ready. I'm mostly trying to get them far enough away from the others that they can do whatever they're going to do.
Well, you don't think anyone brought their shovels back to the camp. However, you did spend some time cleaning out that toilet and know that that is a very heavy ceramic top on the top of the bowl, or the tower for the back of it. So you can run into the bathroom that is now perfectly clean and very nice and grab the top of that toilet seat tower.
Okay. I'll do that, and then I'll stand right inside the door.
Okay.
To bash anyone that comes through.
Go ahead and give me a brawl with a bonus die, since you're kind of getting a little hidden attack thing going.
What is my brawl again? Fighting brawl is 46. I got a 16 and a 28, so I'll take the 16.
Okay.
Which is a hard.
Did you want to burn some luck to make it an extreme? I'll give toilet seat tower, what would that be, a D6 maybe? I mean, you're kind of trying to go for one shot, one kill.
So 9 is an extreme. Yeah, I'll spend, what's that, 7 luck? I'll spend 7 luck.
All right.
Go for extreme.
And so,
toilet ninja.
So as you're inside the bathroom waiting with this, you're hearing bare feet sort of squeak and move across the flooring in there. As they get closer, you whip around and crack one across the head with them. You made that an extreme, so that is, it's not impaling, so is it just max damage overall?
It is. Yeah, it's just max damage. Yep.
So that would be a 6 plus any damage bonus that you have.
Oh, actually, damage bonus. I've got -1 damage bonus.
You're that small.
I'm gonna ignore that for the extreme, just because you're heightened by rage and fear, and this bloody seat is sort of trembling in your hands as you go. You crack this man in the face with it, suffering a major wound.
I do 3.
He is going to fail his con roll. So you again crack them across the nose. His possibly more broken than yours, but you don't kill him like the other guy. So I guess you have that going for you. However, there is still another one there. Roll luck to see if you snapped that toilet bowl seat in half with that hit.
38. That passes my luck.
Okay, you still have a viable weapon. This one is going to lunge at you.
With a sharp edge.
Okay. So this one is trying to lunge at you, jumping over the other one and saying, please stop, these are terrible vibes.
I'll try to dodge.
Okay.
Since he's lunging at me. 42. Where's dodge again? Oh, it's 29.
That's okay. Their comrade sort of tripped them up, so you feel like they failed. We're just going to go right into Dex initiative now, so you have the jump on them.
Okay. I'm just going to throw it down on the guy's head.
Okay, give me
the
a roll.
piece that's left.
They're going to try and catch your arm in some sort of judo flip maneuver.
Regular.
And that is a 98 for them. I'm giving them 35 in brawl. So he tries to catch it with his hand, and you hear this sickening crack as you fracture their wrist and forearm with it, bringing it straight down on them at a bad angle. Okay. Give me a D6 plus 1.
5.
Okay, so that's another 6.
At which point I'm going to pick up my feet in the air and run.
Okay, so they scream, and you try and run away out of this building. Back inside the meditation hall, you feel like you have breathing room for now.
Where is this creature?
It's got to be in the basement, right?
Where you saw it, right? That flower. That's got to be what they were talking about. The bismouth.
It's like a dream.
We just have to try every door until we get downstairs deeper. It's got to be in a pit or something.
Is there a building we haven't gone in yet?
No, but as you're all standing there, sort of right outside of this bedroom office, you can't help but notice the giant tapestry in the room waving off to the side, and you happen to peek behind it and see that there is another door hidden behind this great tapestry.
Hey,
Yeah.
It's open. Keys? Oh, yeah.
Try.
Sure. Try the keys, and it unlocks. It is another heavy storm door. As you open it, there are steps that lead down, spiraling into some sort of basement.
If anybody has anything to wrap their faces in, who knows what gases are going to be given off down here.
Yeah. Cloth, something.
Okay. And as you make your way down these stairs, it seems completely dark from the light that you've been used to outside. However, there is a light ahead of you. It seems to be glowing a dull pinkish color. James, as you are running out of this building, you see Kiana standing in the doorway. Say, "Hey, listen, I don't think that this is a great idea. You should really just try and join the rest of us." She maybe get halfway through that before you try and tackle over him. James?
You're so muted, Tom.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize you were talking to me.
No, that's fine. Yes, so you are on your way out, and Kiana is standing in the doorway.
Okay, I'm punching her in the face and just running past her.
Okay. That's sort of... Go ahead and roll Brawl just in case. It's sort of guaranteed to hit because she's not trying to block you. I just want to see how good of a hit it is.
I don't know, 5.
You use this toilet seat thing like a battering ram as you are going through, and it nails her right in the chest. You're pretty sure you heard something crack as she screams out, all of the air rushed out of her lungs. You rush out of this room and see Sage is sort of off down in the distance and turns to look at you, and you swear you can see her eyes shining like a wolf's might at night, reflecting back at you.
Okay. I'm running perpendicular to where she is.
Okay. As I consult something real quick. All right. As you are trying to run to skirt off of her to the side, she bursts into light and begins levitating slightly off of the ground, nothing short of Super Saiyan mode. And she bullseyes straight towards you, her feet barely touching the ground as she does. You have one reaction as she is going to try and reach out and grab you.
I guess I'm going to attempt to run exactly the opposite direction of her. But I figure if I fail, I probably am just going to fall on the ground on my back, like this, trying to scooch away. 49. What was it, brawl or dodge?
Well, if you're going to try and run away, that would just be another con roll to go ahead.
Okay, 49. My con. Oh, I will have to spend 5 to make it.
Okay. And as you see her feet just the ground singes where it's touching. She's flying 10 yards ahead each time her feet touch the ground. And she just got an 5 on the con roll to run. She is going to put a hand on the back of your neck to grip you by the scruff, and it burns white hot. You are going to take 2 damage as you can feel your skin blistering and your hair burning underneath this grip. As she just says, "It didn't have to be like this, but I can show you the way, one way or another." And starts lifting you and lifts you off the ground as she is running towards the meditation hall.
Yeah, I can't.
As the rest of you go ahead.
I have one hit point left. I have.
Okay. Actually, I need to do something real quick.
So I'm at least screaming at the top of my lungs.
Okay. That doesn't matter. Cool. The rest of you, as you're going down these steps into this dimly lit subterranean area, you start seeing flowers growing sort of in these cracks and crevices in the brickwork walls around the room. Do any of you want to get closer or examine them at all, or continue?
No, I don't like them.
I mean, I've got pretty good. Do I recognize what type of flowers they are? I've got good botany.
Not at all. The petals are so fine, they seem like they're made of glass. And they are growing in an area completely devoid of sunlight.
Yeah.
You walk further into this room, and as you step inside, at first you are blinded by this sudden impact of light that seemed to react to your presence in it. As your vision begins to clear, you can see a great crystalline, what looks like a lotus flower of some sort, with giant pink jagged blossoms coming out from this twisting radioscopic colored, almost this geometric root system that is built on underneath it and around it, spreading throughout this room, some crawling up these walls at these jagged intersecting angles to bring these flowers in. As you have your mouths covered, you cannot help but notice that perfumey scent of the incense as you were breathing it in. What is more, this flower seems to be breathing slightly. These stone petal, or these crystalline petals, seem to weigh tons as you can hear rock and crystal grating against each other.
Okay.
It was real. It wasn't a dream. The sharpness.
We have to destroy it.
You all can roll me a bit of sanity.
Yeah.
Yeah, I failed that one. That makes sense.
No, 98. Jeez.
98 too, Keith. You and I are
Suck.
All right. So would that technically be a fumble for that bad boy?
No, because my sanity's still above 50, so it's only 100.
It would be a fumble for me. My sanity's 42.
Bummer.
yep.
Okay. Oh, okay. So that is a 1d4 plus 1 just to see it. So Karen, you can go ahead and roll me intelligence from
That's the full 5. Okay.
because it's the full 5 for a fumble.
Got it. Yep. Let me roll intelligence. 92! Yes, I failed that.
Too stupid.
That's fucked up. We should kill it. And we're back.
Goddamn, what's that all about?
Do I take anything for success?
I'm sorry.
Is that a 1 for success or?
It is actually, it's a 1 for a success, yes. Because this is still, it's the fact that it is moving. This isn't some sort of giant sculpture or rock formation.
Yeah.
I also would like to note that I've got the case with the book in it closed under my arm since I don't have a weapon.
Okay.
Well, I think this is the bismuth, and since I was the one that mixed the caustic substance, I'm probably carrying it. So I'm going to say, bismuth, I release you from your benevolent
we're all
cause.
supposed to have one, aren't we? We're all supposed to have a cup of that stuff on us, aren't we?
No, one person
Yes.
has the
I thought it
cup
was-
and stands in the center of it. And the rest of you begin chanting.
Yep.
Sorry, Dahlia.
I thank you for consuming all negative flaws.
Okay, well, hang on. You can chant, but this isn't the right time yet. As you step closer to it, these flowers grind and open up, and you can see this center, possibly a platform or something, with 5 concentric dots moving around it.
Mm-hmm.
It is warm. It is pleasant. What is unpleasant is the burning hot hand that is gripping James's collar as you feel yourself getting carried like a truck is dangling you from the side of its door. You see just a rush as the doors fly past you. The rest of you upstairs hear something big coming through and dashes, moving down the hallway. James is screaming, barely hanging on, and you have a blinding light between what is coming down the stairs reflecting back from this lotus flower. I want everyone to go ahead and give me some sort of con roll to try and avoid being blinded for a turn.
90. My Achilles heel.
Extreme.
Regular.
All right. Talia is just able to sort of cover, and maybe because she was looking at one of the flowers on the sidewall, or actually no, she was reciting the chant, so she already had her head down, and maybe that was why she's able to go through. The rest of you are completely blinded as Sage screams and says, "Why couldn't you just be happy? Why can't you be peaceful? Why do you have to kill?" And she takes James and shoves him inside of the flower. And she begins chanting, letting go as James, you begin to sort of just crumple inside. As you said, you had 1 HP left. I'm imagining you're barely hanging on through all of this. As she begins to chant, and this blinding light is sort of preventing you all from acting a lot around her. You smell burning meat, as if she is also burning alive in this moment, as she is chanting various terms of positivity. You are beautiful, you are strong, organic, cage-free, vegan, all natural, puppies, beauty, creativity, and all of these things. And as she is chanting all of this positive energy back into the plant, into this giant bismuth, it begins contracting around James's feet.
Can I start calling out foul language and the worst possible things I can think of? The backed up toilet,
stepping in dog shit.
Eating puppies, stepping on kittens.
Let's make this a POW contest for a second.
Ooh, I got an 11 in my POW.
Ooh, okay.
Which is I like these new ways there. that's one away from an extreme. I'll spend 1 point to make it an extreme.
Okay.
Because I got a foul mouth.
All right. She got a hard success on this. So you putting out this negativity right into this thing's mouth it seems distasteful. She tries to raise her voice and continue this chant to keep it going. This is bought a round of time for everyone else to try something if they want. What would you like to do?
I want to try to hit her with the shovel.
I'll try to stab her. Yeah.
I was gonna wing the book at her head. So we've got a theme.
Okay.
It's in a metal case.
I'm going to try and get to
you keep chanting.
the center of the
I'll help you
thing. Yeah. while still chanting, because.
All right. As so, you can go ahead. Just for going back to that, Karen. I think you have the highest dex currently.
7. Okay. Yeah, I'm going to try to.
Oh, it's actually it's Karen and Talia have a simultaneous dex, so y'all can act at once if you want.
36, surprisingly. No. Fighting Brawl is 25. Sorry, I have a face. No.
Okay. She is going to fight back and gets an 8.
Oh.
As you are going to hit her, her concentration does not break as she continues saying, bouquet of flowers, peaceful happiness, imagine the song from John Lennon, not any of the other covers, and continues going through. Her concentration is unfazed. You are going to take 4 damage as you can pick. What did she grab? Did she grab your arm or wrist? Or did she just grab you by the throat? Roll luck. This seems like a luck instance.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Oh my God, though, an 02. I have 17 luck and I rolled an 02.
It shot out for your throat and you managed to put your arm up at the last second. So yes, this is currently burning through your arm. Talia, what is it you were doing right now?
All right. I was trying to get to the center of this bismouth.
Okay. What are you doing? James is currently sort of getting enveloped more slowly inside of it.
So just walking toward it, and if I need to kind of climb up or however, to get to the center, that's what as you reach up to try and get a handhold on this, these light crystalline petals as you're climbing seem to be razor sharp, and it's one of those moments whenever your fingers are cut and you don't quite feel it until you move them again and feel that skin separating between them. As holy shit, let's say that you got a solid foot on one and then tried to climb and clamber into it. As you take 5 damage from all of this slicing, this basically juliennes you on your way tumbling back out of it. You. Okay.
And so that should be Boran, I think, or Nicholas. I don't have your dex in here.
So I think we're both 45. Is that one?
I'm 44.
Okay, so Nicholas is 45. It is now your
jump on you.
I'm 58. Did I get a chance to do anything?
You're currently stuck, or your turn was trying to slow this
by yelling. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. I think I'm is she still levitating or is she on the ground?
She is levitating slightly above the ground.
Yeah. I guess I'm gonna and the book was in a sort of metal case.
Yes.
That kept it dim. So I'm gonna try to like ram that into her abdomen, and I'm gonna be screaming the nastiest curses that I learned in China, like the sort of, your mother was the offspring of a bastard pig and a shit donkey kind of stuff. Just the most virulent, earthy stuff.
So go ahead and give me a fighting brawl roll.
That's the weak part. Oh, no, it isn't. I rolled a 3. So
Nice.
that is extreme.
Wow. Okay, so she got a regular success, even being outnumbered. It's her hand shoots out, but since you put that box out in front of you, it crunches into her ribs first, and it gets extremely hot within touching her for just a moment. You can't quite hang on to it.
Yeah.
Go ahead and give me a D3 damage. But you don't take any damage from hitting her.
3.
Oh, terrific. And how much health does she have left? So she takes this and screams. It seems to shake the room around them. And she says, I have fucking have it with your toxic vibes. And calls out for the others. It is now her turn. And she is going to...
Did she go before me?
She has 65 dex. I think yours was... Oh, no. Sorry, you're at the very end. I forgot.
I'm at the very end.
That's right.
Slow old man with a shovel.
Tortoise in the hair. All right, you're try and shovel her? Okay. She is also going to try and fight back still with...
Hold on. Time to calculate luck spend. Let's see. 59 is what I rolled, and I need to get down to a 37. So I'm spending 22 luck to pass.
Okay. Go ahead and roll your D8 plus damage bonus, as she just got a regular success still on the fighting back.
2. Not very successful with that one.
Okay. It's hard just as you're hitting her like thin, wiry shoulders don't even give as you are hitting her, but she seems like she is faltering ever so slightly. She is going to continue chanting again. I'm going to go ahead. And so, James, you are still, I'm like kind of carrying yours over. Like as a last ditch effort, you're slinging out every curse word as possible.
I'm not just curse words. I'm now focusing on everything I've ever been called by bullies in my life.
So
screaming those,
putting your pain into
the most
thing.
Negative, the most negative things
okay.
that have ever happened to me.
All right, so I'm giving her a penalty on this.
Super negativity.
And even with the penalty die, she still rolls a hard success. So as you are reliving all of the pain and torment that you have felt and all of the bullying throughout your life, you are feeling these petals continue to one by one engulf you. You're feeling your skin get sliced and then sort of feeling warm and numbness spreading throughout, dissolving you inside of it. Everyone else in the room sees these petals close around it, and this light begins exuding from inside. But it seems kind of murky. And this light goes from the flower down into these geometrically curving, spiraling roots, and they spread out deeper into the room and then turn in amongst themselves, making squares and building and squares up and building this twisted facsimile of James. You're seeing a hand reaching out and crawling from these roots as if it is 3D printing an entire human being out from this energy. However, maybe because of all the negativity brought into it, this doesn't seem complete. It doesn't seem right. The arms aren't quite in the right place. The screams are guttural and not founded in any sort of intelligence coming back out of this flower. As these blossoms open again, the center of it is empty. And this half-formed, what was based on James Canavan, is crawling about the room, shrieking. Like everyone to roll some sand.
Yeah, it makes sense.
25. I guess I'm not phased as much as seeing the plant is seeing.
95.
88.
Okay. I think this may be a solid D3 or a D6 situation.
Okay.
I lost 3.
The one.
Okay.
Oh, there's the 5.
5.
And
You've got
Oof.
the acid, Talia. You have to hold it together.
this burning smell is filling the room as at this point Sage is shrieking, Indigo Girls,
Oof.
Bon Jovi, Cotton Duvets, Silk Lining.
Climate change, war, pollution, death, colonialism, racism, transphobia.
Shut up! And she is going to bat a hand out to swat at you. Would you like to roll dodge?
I would love to roll dodge, and I fail miserably.
Okay, and she has a bonus die on this and rolls an 11.
Ugh.
That is going to be... Oh, God. Oh, shit. I just rolled 2 6s for a D3 and a D6. So that is 9 damage.
That's me gone.
All right. So as she says, shut up, while holding Karen with one hand, this other hand is just a blur as it goes out straight, and Russell's body just crumples against a wall into some of the flowers and begins sliding down. Half of his head is cratered in. What are the rest of you doing? Oh, sorry. So this would be next. Karen, it is now your turn. You are grappled.
Yeah, I will try to take another stab at her with my knife.
Okay.
Funny roll. Come on, don't fail me now. D2, I don't even have the luck to spend on it anymore.
Yeah.
Okay, so you stab feebly. She doesn't seem like she's trying to fight back with you,
Mhm.
but you do feel ever so slightly being drawn back towards the flower.
The ritual! Talia, the ritual!
Speaking of which, Talia, it is your turn.
Okay, so when I saw the James creation, I lost 5 sanity and I passed my intelligence roll.
Oh, great. So what is your bout of madness? Explain like what these final crushing moments are bringing down on this. Are any of us real? Has anyone you've talked to been a real human?
No, they're all hallucinations.
How are you
brought on
going to
from
get
being
out of
picked
here?
up.
You're still trapped. There's more coming in.
Well, the only way out is to drink my way out. I got this great beverage
Well, no,
right
you're
here.
you're supposed to stand in the center of the
Oh,
flower.
yeah.
And to complete the ritual. It didn't say what to do with the acid.
It just had to be on my person.
So
In
I'm
my
going to have
person.
you rush inside and begin the ritual. You actually, if you wouldn't mind, beginning the chant.
All
As you
right.
go inside and pour this sulfuric acid bleach cocktail mixture over your head to have a
feels so
poisoned last meal.
feels so good. Bismuth, I release you from your benevolent cause. I thank you for consuming all negative flaws. You're cleansing humanity from filth it prescribes. You're truly creating the greatest of vibes. That rhymes. Nice.
Who wants to help it with the chat to provide the greatest of vibes? This thing is closing down around her. She is taking 5 acid damage, washing over your head.
That puts me to 0.
Okay. The rest of you, she seemed to have gone quiet as she's still inside getting devoured by this thing.
I'm melting.
You're muted.
You're
David.
still muted, David?
The thank you, the vibes, the bismuth, we move you. I'm like flipping through the book. Oh, there the dog-eared pages.
Okay.
Bloody hands.
As
Talia,
Oh,
we're
shit.
with you. I'm sort of trying to clamber up into the heart of the flower, but
We are okay. As Sage is screaming to stop, her voice is raspy, as if all the air around her is burning out. And Karen, you feel her grip is feeling dry and crumbly, as these flames that have surrounded her body and given her such power seems to have literally consumed her to a husk in front of you. She is now dead.
Great. Awesome. I'm gonna run after Nicholas is headed toward the ritual space, right?
Mm-hmm.
Is that right?
And
Great,
so
yeah,
you
I'll
two
run
want to
forward.
continue the chant.
Yes.
So I need each of you to deduct 6 magic points as you are starting this chant. This has been one round. Talia is still, even though you're at 0 hit points, I think it's much more dramatic that you're continuing to try doing it, and just it's becoming more garbled screams than anything else as you're trying to be a poisoned fruit.
Mm-hmm.
You two continue the chant again and lose 6 magic points again. What does this put you both at?
That means I've
0.
lost.
I'm into overflow into my hit point.
Okay, so
Yeah,
now
me too.
as you continue this chant, your noses begin bleeding and you feel your bodies drawn closer to this thing, as if now you have set on a path that is draining the very life essence out of you. Do you continue the chant?
I feel like there's no point. Yeah, no point in stopping at this point.
Okay. You go through again. Nicholas takes 6 damage as it is draining 6 more magic points from you.
So that means 7. I'm down. Right, so I'm down to 3.
Karen, if you're continuing, take 6 points of damage.
Yeah, it's got me down to 0.
Yeah.
Right. And with the final screaming breath of the passage, Holly, if you wouldn't mind, can you scream the final line of the chant?
What's the final line? I don't have the chant in front
Oh,
of me.
fuck.
I got it. It's you're truly creating the greatest of vibes.
You're truly creating the greatest of vibes.
As you vomit blood coursing out of your mouth and every essence from you lands on this flower, the final petals close around the body that was Talia. And only Nicholas is able to see as he staggers back against the wall, leaning against the leg of the former Dr. Boron, as this thing drains its meal and then begins to crack. And this pink hue of these stone petals starts turning gray, that spreads from the inside down to its tips and grows brittle, and you hear fracturing. And instead of an explosion going out, all of these things rush inward into a singular point of light. I need you to roll Constitution as a blinding flash of light is engulfing this room.
That's a failure.
Success.
Okay. When I said blinding, that was not a figure of speech. Your retinas are seared looking at this fixed point of light, and you feel yourself pass out. Sometime later, you are awakened by jostling. You hear beeping, people talking. Yeah, pulse looks good. Oxygen's getting lower. Shit, he's starting to wake up. Dose him again. And then
Who's
finally, it goes black once more. You dream of this flower, this stone, these good vibes. And you're awakened by a beeping. It's an EKG monitor seems to be hooked You can feel the plastic clipping onto your finger. A nurse comes in the room. Oh, good, you're awake. I really didn't think you would pull through. So I know this must all be a big shock to you. Please don't try to open your eyes. We're going to take good care of you and give you the best recovery that we can. You haven't had any family come by to visit Mr. Kuntz. I never like patients feeling alone, but I'm sorry, I have a busy shift going. Do you mind if I just turn on the TV or radio or something for you?
I suppose the radio. How long has it been? Did anyone else survive?
It's been a week since the explosion at the Heartland Hills Resort. You were taken there by a group of very helpful people. They seemed very worried about your health. They carried you clear to the car park and calling the ambulance that brought you here. You're very lucky to be alive, sir.
No one else. Who carried me out?
It was young woman named Kim, and I didn't get the other one's name. They appeared to be staff.
So the explosion didn't stop them?
Stop them? I'm sorry, I think your medications may be a bit too high, but I'm not going to turn down the morphine. Listen, just take a minute, get your bounds. You feel a touch on your hand, sort of guides it over to a cup of water with a straw at the top. He's like, there you go, ice water right here. And then you have a little cup of Jell-O, 3 o'clock to that. I'm going to turn the radio on and give you some moment alone. As she switches on the radio, it's daytime talk show, just chattering away about climate change, sky-high divorce rates, children dying in countries, I suppose. And the door clicks shut beside you. And then an ad break comes on. Have you wanted more out of your life? Do you think there is true happiness attainable? Come to the Heartland Hills resorts all over the UK and now with locations in Los Angeles, California. We'll be sure to show you a better way to live and give all the good vibes we can. And that is where we'll end it.
Outstanding.
The cosmic horror that is toxic positivity.
Yeah, right.
That was really, really good.
Yeah, that was good.
I'm glad y'all enjoyed it.
Rough business. So we didn't. Could we have done the ritual more correctly?
Yes. What the ritual needed was a collective 24 points of magic power being poured into it. There was an additional bit inside that mentioned this is only recommended for the guru to attempt. If other members are attempting it, be sure to do it in sufficient number, or else it could be dangerous. What the Bismouth was doing was all of those incense sticks were based on pollen that it was exuding that would stick into your throat. I didn't even get to do this because you all were smart about it, but I was going to say that it breathes in this prickly scent that sticks in your throat like fiberglass, and it starts making you feel happier, more acclimated. Russell Boren was almost to the point of no return, actually, until y'all got that extreme success on him. But the group has found that if they suffuse incense with this pollen, it brings people more in line with this positive mindset and all of this good vibes. And so then by standing in this flower, they don't feel any pain as they are literally cut apart and digested into a juice that flows down through the mouth holes at the bottom, at the base of the flower, and fed into this geometric bismuth type roots to create a new copy of it. The flower only understands positivity and good vibes and benevolence. And so the better off someone was, or the more happier and positive they were, the better that copy is by the end of it. In the case of Kiana and her wife, they were put through it whenever they were not in a good place. They were not indoctrinated in the slightest. And so the copy only got part of their memory, their actual wholeness. And so they sort of fade in and out some, and they just cannot recognize negativity. They can't remember any negative experiences. They can't really acknowledge it. They just don't have that faculty anymore. And then that little glowing thing was a seed at the end of it. So that's what this group does, is once they run enough people through the bismouth, they break it down, take the seed and plant it and move to a new location.
But there's more than one of them, because there's more than
Oh,
one
yes,
location.
this is a franchise.
Oh, boy.
They're incorporated.
Mhm.
Luckily,
players
we
include-
stopped them.
Sorry.
Yes, you did, of course.
Our players included Holly Buto, David Gasway, Morgan Llewellyn, Keith Craig, and myself, with Dr. Lex Hurley as the keeper of arcane lore. We have a Discord server where you can chat with other members, you can set up private games, and you can learn the finer arts of of gameplay and game mastering. We provide audio-only versions of our shows free for you to download from Podbean or iTunes and from Spotify. If you'd like to help support our show, please visit our Patreon account. Just $1 a month helps us a lot. Like, share, and subscribe to our channel, and punch the bell icon for updates on our latest shows. And leave us some comments. We enjoy reading them and answer any questions you might have. This is Thom Raley, together with all the members of our gaming club, inviting you to journey with us once again into the darkness for another adventure into the universe of H.P. Lovecraft and the Call of Cthulhu role-playing game. Until next time, good luck and good gaming.